Okay, I think that we can start. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining the third International One Health Conference here in Athens. This is the last day of our journey, and actually, I will go back to our framework to try to understand where we are. Now we are on the other leverage of our framework that was like the framework regarding the topic regarding the reduction, what we have to reduce to address the crisis on a One Health vision. We come across what we want to increase: the ecosystem resilience and responsiveness, the community resilience and responsiveness. Yesterday, we come across the health effects of disaster and crisis. We had several examples on how health and environment can affect health, but also which are the risks connected to the good management of the environment. We see the example, for example, of the mosquitoes and so on, how this fragile equilibrium between the ecosystem and also the human health is persisting. And now in the session of today, we're gonna go to the reduction, what we want to reduce, the mitigate ecosystem related vulnerability and risk, because of course, if we want to really have an holistic approach, we have to consider how to mitigate also the ecosystem related risk, but also mitigate the community connected vulnerability and risk. Communities are like a complex system, and of course they can be also exposed to several risks and several vulnerability, and so how to address them. We saw yesterday, so the 2 days ago, the importance also to raise community resilience and responsiveness. Now we are going to try to go on the other face of the medal, consider just to say a few words about what is connected also to our conference. This is a scientific conference, of course, and we are gonna bit about the journal. The journal has given the possibility to the authors that want to submit to this special issue to have a special discount or the we can say 20% on the fee, and of course the papers that are going to be submitted on this journal need to be like original papers. But the journal has been also one of the main sponsors of this conference, and not only is promoting a special issue, but also is promoting the base paper awards. I think that you already know, because you submitted and you read all the call for abstract. In the next days, we are gonna meet with the scientific committee in order to decide which are the best paper that has been presented during the conference. And for the first 3 placed, there will be a prize in terms of, say, monetary price, but also the possibility to publish on the special issue without any charge. And of course, we also give them a certificate directly from the journal for recognizing the value of their scientific work. This is a way, of course, to promote scientific works on the topic of One Health. Of course, this is not a competition in the sense that either, okay, we are going to decide the best paper, but we have to see also, witnessing the presentation of the last days, that the quality of the works that has been presented this year has been very, very, very interesting and very high level. This is just a way to promote, especially you can say young researcher and forefront researcher to foster their activity into the topic of One Health. This is not only the can say possibility of publication, but also not the only possibility that are connected to the One Health this year. In fact, we have another call for abstract for another conference that we will have in December. We have been invited to take a satellite event and a special session into the MedLife conference in Istanbul from 8 to 10 of December. MedLife is a big conference regarding the life science into the Mediterranean, and connected to this, there is also a call for abstract that is still open. It's still open for a few because the deadline is the 20th of October. We communicated in case even in the previous day this possibility, but just want to highlight that there is still some time to submit and take the chance, because it will be a very great conference. There are different topics in the life science that will be addressed into this big conference. I invite you to go and check on the website, and also I invite you to submit the conference in our session that's called Exploring One Health Dimension, Experience and Case Studies. So on this possibility, we invite you properly to propose experience and case studies. Continuing on the publication possibilities, yesterday Professor Scotti has presented this Journal of Global Pandemic Network. Our colleagues and partner launched this journal, where also on a legal perspective we can address the topic of One Health. So the invitation is also to consider this publication, maybe also for make short communication on this. I don't know if there is in the room Matteo Agnes, but maybe I will give the floor to him to say a few words. But there is also this possibility. As you can see, we are fostering this year a lot of possibility for produce scientific work, because the real mission of this conference is to foster the scientific debate, but not only, also the legal debate on the topic of One Health. I just want to recognize also the effort that has been done before the conference with the so-called twin events. This year we launched this initiative to create satellite events, talking about the conference of One Health, also to create the momentum. and we had several of them. Recently we have been in Lecce organizing a very interesting session in Mesagne, una giornata dedicata al One Health del Mediterraneo nella prospettiva delle nuove generazioni della digital era. I will translate a session dedicated to One Health in the Mediterranean in the perspective of new generation and digital era. And new generation are here, and I really want to thank once more the Liceo Scientifico Leonardo da Vinci for being here with us. But also we have been present in several other venues, like the Mediterranean Green Week, also the 5th Global Pandemic Network conference, and also we made some session online. Just to say that the conference is not stopping here. We want also to organize more side event. Other side event, for example, we are planning to organize in Milan. So it's important to do not stop here the discussion. We want also to foster the discussion high level, we can say, and this is something that we are doing since the first edition of the International One Health Conference. Our mission is not to, we can say, stop here. Here you can see the second edition that we had in Barcelona, thanks to the colleagues that has hosted us in Barcelona. And properly after that conference, as well as after the conference of Catania, we presented a position paper at COP. This is we organized in COP28 a side event properly to present our position. And here you can find the position paper is available on our website. Basically, there we summarize in a very concise way, and also we say bullet points, which were the main outcomes from the conference, and especially the main message that we want to transmit to decision maker, but also to, you can say, NGOs and so on. The environment and you can say the type of stakeholder that are attending the conference of parties is very diverse, and also is interesting to reach them. I want to just highlight one key message that we take from. So we presented in our position paper. We want to communicate and promote the vision of One Health as a new renaissance, and to change even the narrative from eco-anxiety to eco-hope. That was the main message that we wanted to transmit on the last position paper that we published. And this year also we will do the same. We will collect the main messages that have been come from the conference. For example, the importance also to address definition, also the legal way. You know, we are here at the APLO. It's important also to bridge the gap between policy, between laws and also science. So just to say that the International One Health Conference is not just, you can say, a series of talks, but we want really to create an impact around us. With that, I will stop myself and properly talking about report. I think that every one of us knows a reference point for reports and we can say knowledge regarding properly the One Health. I'm talking about the Lancet Countdown report. This year we have a great honor, I can say, and a great pleasure to have one of the authors of the Lancet Countdown report. And give the floor directly to him. It's important to have such a connection because, as I say, the Lancet Countdown report for our community is really a very important point of reference. I will give the floor now to Dr. Mark Maslin of UCL Department of Geography. Dr. Mark Maslin, are you online?
I am, Domenico. Thank you very much for inviting me.
So thank you very much to you for being with us. I'll stop sharing and I'll leave the floor to you. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I just check that you can see the slides?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Perfect. So it's my great pleasure to present to you, and I apologize that I'm not in absolutely beautiful Athens. Unfortunately, as many of you are aware, teaching and term time is upon us. But I'm very pleased to be here because what I want to do is to talk about connecting global health with climate change. And again, I think one of the takeaway messages is probably the greatest thing we can do for human health is actually to just reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So I have been very lucky. I've been working with fantastic medics for the last 15 years. And for me as a climatologist, I take away one simple thing about human environmental interactions, which is we have a very small comfort zone. We like it between about 22 and 26 degrees. Now, of course, if you're Greek, you probably like it a little bit warmer than that. If you're English, slightly cooler. But relative humidity between about 20 and about 60%. And we can exist all around the world in Antarctica, the Arctic, sub-Saharan Africa, because we can go beyond those boundaries because of shelter, heating, cooling, and of course, hydration. Now, what we've been doing is building up the Lancet countdown. And I thought a little bit of history. So I was the climatologist on the original 2009 Lancet review, managing the health effects of climate change. And we came to the conclusion that climate change is the biggest global health threat of the 21st century. And this came as a bit of a shock to medics who were dealing with, of course, diseases, they were dealing with poverty and all of the issues that go with that. But what we were saying is all the amazing work that medics are doing around the world would be undone if we didn't deal with climate change. And this led to the first Lancet countdown in 2015. And what we did was take 40 major records to track the relationship between health and climate change. And the Lancet has very kindly allowed us to publish a report every single year. You'll be surprised, it comes out 4 weeks before COP meetings, just so we can put the pressure on. And we were very happy to see that in COP28, as mentioned, there was the first health day at a COP meeting. And of course, we are just we published our 2023 report, and the 2024 report will come out on the 30th of October. But we have to actually step back and say, where are we? So if we look at global temperatures, you can see they have been rising sort of like steadily, and 2023 was the warmest year on record. We hit 1.48 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial temperatures. Now, many of us who are working with the health community and with patients, again, wiggly lines don't do it. So a brilliant friend of mine, Ed Hawkins, who's a professor at Reading University, invented the warming stripes to convert wiggly lines into something very visual. So this is the temperatures of Athens from 1880 to 2022. As you can see, blue on the left, very, very red on the right. And unfortunately, this has also become a little bit of a sort of like way of showing off because, hey, if you want a tie and you want to look good, you can have a tie. If you happen to be a, how shall I put it, CEO of a pharmaceuticals company, you can probably afford a Tesla and can wrap it. I'd say I'd actually go from blue to red. I'd have red at the top, but that's just me. Now, as an academic, I can't afford that, but I can afford the t-shirt. I could afford the leggings, but trust me, I'm not going to. I don't have the legs for it. And of course, the face masks that we spent 2 years having to wear during the COVID pandemic. So what climate change does is, in general, it moves our comfort zone to hotter and more humid. And as we know, more humid and more hotter conditions have a huge effect on human health. There are also other effects of climate change we have to take into consideration: more extreme storms, floods, droughts, heat waves, and wildfires. Sea level rising is also causing coastal and river flooding, and this is leading to food and water insecurity. But I always raise the issue that, of course, we produce enough food to feed 10 billion people at the moment, and there's only 8 billion people on the planet. So in many cases, the food and water insecurity is due to poverty, not because climate change. And also I put then at last may lead to migration and conflict. There is a huge discussion about whether climate change will cause migration. But again, if we look at the conflicts around the world at the moment, none of them are actually caused by environmental or climate change agendas. They are caused by politics. So just to pick up on extreme heat from 2023, we had extreme heat in all of these areas. Rome hit 44, Sicily 48, Death Valley 51, and China 52 degrees Celsius. In London in 2022, we hit 40 degrees. Now, I know that for you living in Athens, you're going to go, and? But this is in July, and the peak temperature in July in London is 24 degrees. Yes, this is why we all come to Greece for our holiday, so we have some decent warm weather. So this meant that heat wave, which we were predicting for 2050, was 16, I repeat, 16 degrees warmer than it should have been. And we have recorded 2,000 to 3,000 excess deaths in those 2 to 3 days during that heat wave. If we look at the Lancet countdown, we've shown that vulnerable people have experienced more than 3.7 billion more person days of heat waves now than in 1990. We also know that it's causing huge issues for potential labor, particularly outside, because that increased humidity and temperature means that there are some days that it's physiologically impossible to work outside. So in 2021, there was 470 billion labor hours lost, costing about 700 billion US dollars. And of course, 82% of those losses occurred in the poor countries in the agricultural sector. We also had to deal with extreme climate events. This is just a selection from NOAA around the world. We had 220 extreme climate events last year, which led to an increase in 30% in the number of deaths. But we also had to take one step back, because the climate hazards also cause not only reduction in mortality, increased mortality, increased sort of like morbidity, but also they affect people's mental health. And we have seen this both from sort of extreme climate events, but we've also seen this from the increase in climate anxiety, particularly in the young generation who feel powerless to actually deal with it. So what does the future look like? So these are the projections for modeled futures. At the top, if we have no climate policies, we're looking at 4.1 to 5.5 degrees. Now, I can say now that those are unlikely to happen. 10 years ago, I would have been saying we're still worried about those because of policies that are in place and because of the changes in economics of the energy sector. Current policies, 3 to 3.7. However, if all the pledges at COP26 in Glasgow are kept, then we're looking at 2.4 to 2.8. And then below those are the two political pathways, the 2-degree pathway that was agreed in Paris in 2015 with the aspirational target of 1.5. Now, we have technically passed the 1.5 degree boundary that was set in 2015 in the last 12 months. However, we are expecting there to be a slight cooling as El Nino weakens. And the question is, can we still keep to 1.5? Well, if we reduce global emissions rapidly, we hit net zero by 2050, then we have a chance. But what scientists don't tell you, because of course, getting to net zero and reducing every carbon emission on the planet near zero is going to be tough enough. So what we don't tell you is then for the rest of the century, we need to suck out CO2 from the atmosphere to maintain that 1.5. Technically possible, but as you can imagine, very, very difficult. So to finish off, it is about trying to get net zero carbon around the world because this will have a direct effect on human health. For every ton of carbon we will save lives. It will also mean that we'll save people from massive air pollution. So for example, 7 million people die prematurely every year due to fossil fuel caused air pollution. And for me, it is a tripartite. It is government, corporations, and individuals all working together to move society to a low carbon world. And interestingly enough, the Carbon Disclosure Project says that if we do this efficiently, we could actually save the world $46 trillion. That's half the world's GDP. So I'm going to finish off saying that our health, of course, is all that matters. And so therefore, we need win-win solutions that center on human health, which includes everything from international agreements, afforestation, land use, energy, biodiversity, population, diet, poverty, green economics. And so therefore, we need a holistic approach that includes the medical profession, because ultimately, you and I all know that it's our health and our children's health and our family's health, which is the most important thing to us. So thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take questions. And I'm just going to leave you with this wonderful cartoon by Joel Pett. This was before Copenhagen in 2009. But I love the fact that people at conferences like this, we talk about energy independence, preserving the rainforest, sustainability, green jobs, livable cities, renewable energy, clean water, clean air, healthy children. And there's always someone at the back saying, what if it's a big hoax and we've created a better world for nothing? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you also for the last slide that I know that comic, and I think that's very, very iconic and useful for understanding how to communicate also climate change. I don't know if there are questions. Yes, there is one, please. Yeah. Coming.
Thank you so much for this presentation, Mark, and yeah, thanks for the nice message that science still has some hope. I wanted to ask you, because I just realized that you're from University College London. Have you been in touch with Martin Farley and his project on laboratory efficiency assessment framework?
Oh, absolutely. I'm very lucky at UCL. I am, and I apologize for the long title. I am the Pro-Vice Provost for the UCL Climate Crisis Grand Challenge. So I joint lead that with the brilliant Lisa Van Helle, who is a professor of geopolitics. And together we are trying to link all the aspects of climate change that are at UCL, which is in everywhere. So we have 11 faculties. The Slade School of Fine Art works on climate change all the way through to engineering, through to sort of like LEAF, as you said, which is the wonderful way of helping laboratories around the world become more green. So no, we're very aware that one, we have to actually make our own universities as sustainable as possible. We also need to then reach out. So this autumn, I'm also creating a Center for Sustainable Aviation, because we realize that we need to reach out to industry and try to help them change now, not building hydrogen airplanes in the future, you know, science fiction. We need to actually help CEOs now reduce their carbon footprint of their fleet now. So yeah, UCL is an incredible place to work. I keep finding, and I've been there a long time, I keep finding new people. And it's just like, and it's not because we have a large turnover, we just have a lot of fantastic people, and I'm spending most of my time going to meet them. Thank you.
Because yes, you just mentioned a very important point there about aviation and as making it more sustainable, given that, for example, in LEAF, they also analyze the carbon footprint from the flights they take, scientists take for conferences, etc. That sometimes I feel like, well, why do we fly for this? But it's incredible then that you are guys in touch, and it's just a very nice project that you guys have together, and hopefully we can extend that worldwide, not just England or Europe. Thank you so much for your talk.
Thank you. And I have to say, we all suffer from that guilt where we fly to conferences. And again, I have to raise this. It's really about the oil companies placing guilt on the individual. Those planes are going there anywhere. Okay, there are 67,000 different flights happening at any one time. And so therefore, the interesting thing is that we have to network. Now, I apologize, I'm not with you, because again, networking with you, talking to you over the coffee break would make much better connections than doing this. I also feel that it's our responsibility to engage with industries, and the aviation industry knows that they're going to have massive expansion, but they're also, each person working in the company is worried about their impact on the planet. Now, emissions wise, it's only 3%, but it's again a very obvious, and people see this, and therefore what we can do is engage with them directly and therefore make sure that they are on the same trajectory than everybody else is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I hope that the next time you will be with us. I don't know if there are.
I hope so, because I love Athens. And as I told you, in Italy, I do a wonderful field class with my students in Lesbos every single Easter.
Yeah, I will not anticipate too much because we have the final announcement at the end. But next year, not will be in Athens, will be another iconic place. It will be in Italy, but could be defined. I don't know if there are any other questions
yes.
for Mark.
Yes, I have a question. So thank you again for your presentation. You mentioned that you were a part of the Lancet report. So I wanted to know what were some of the challenges or even recommendations that you provided during that period of time? And do you believe that the publication that's coming out on October 30th will have some positive results or any kind of innovation to the report?
Fantastic question. So my deepest insight from the 2009 report, which was only UCL academics, was that when we sat around a table and it was the most enjoyment I had. We met every month. There was 16 professors. Was that the medics were deeply surprised that medicine was not the most important thing when looking at global health. And we came out with that actually poverty, water and food security, and things like climate change were the biggest impact on people's health. And this was a bit of a, I would say, a shock to the medics in the group, that things like the engineers, the civil engineers would step up and say, well, look, if we actually put in proper sanitation, like happened in London during the Victorian period, you can save all these lives. And medics go, hang on, so it's not us, it's not hospitals, it's not us saving lives. It's like, no, it's the engineers. And so I think that was the revelation, which is medicine is about making sure that society builds structures and looks at ways of making sure that people are as healthy as possible. The 2024 report, is there anything really positive in it? I'd love to say there was, but unfortunately, given the huge heat wave over the last 12 months, most things are not looking positive. And I have to say, I was also very proud to be part of a paper that was published in the Lancet Neurology this year. And for the first time, we were able to show that neurological diseases, epilepsy, dementia, strokes, Parkinson's, all those diseases, we could show evidence that each one in patients was made worse by climate change, particularly extreme heat waves. And I think there is becoming more and more evidence that our health is directly related to the environment, but particularly the climate, but also how our societies adapt to it. So, for example, if there was air conditioning in the UK, then we wouldn't have lost all those people during the 2022 heat wave.
Thank you, Mark. Actually, I have a question, if possible. So, as you mentioned, even now, climate change, environment, health are very strictly connected, but we can say in a systemic way, so there is like sort of not direct causal relationship, but like more a feedback loop, And also what we want to transmit also with this conference that climate change is a problem. Health is we can say contributing. Health sector is contributing sometimes to global emission and climate change, but also there could be some we can say co-benefits in acting towards climate change for the health of humans. Just I want to ask you if you can highlight this point properly to say pointing and addressing the problem of climate change is a trigger to maybe produce also innovation and produce also co-benefits for health.
So I think that there are two really important things to think about. Firstly, some of the most trusted people in our society are doctors. So when our doctors take something like climate change seriously, so do the patients. I think it's also important to realize that in any industry, whether it's medicine or whether it is in business, when you actually take your carbon footprint seriously and you start looking at supply chains and you start looking at your operations, you make things more efficient. So one of the things that is important with particularly, say, hospitals is the amount of transport that people take to get to the hospital. So if you can actually organize hospitals to be efficient in the way that you have tests in the morning, you see the consultant in the sort of like lunchtime, and then you actually have whatever procedure you need in the afternoon, the patient only has to come in once. And also because they get increased satisfaction, they get increased health care, and also it becomes much more efficient for the hospital. So I think thinking about environment, thinking about waste, thinking about sort of like how we actually organize things has a co-benefit, which it makes our health systems more efficient and better both for the people that work within the industry, but also the patients, which of course is all of us who then have to interact with it.
Thank you very much. We have one last question, Mark, and then we'll let you go. We are really thankful for the interaction that we are having. So please, Jordi.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I'm Dr. Jordi Serrano. I'm a medical doctor. I'm very involved in innovation. Actually, we have a association called Planet Health Innovation Network. And basically, in that sense, you were talking now about innovation in hospitals. We know how difficult it's in hospitals. The pipeline of innovation, some normally takes between 7 and 17 years to innovate in something. But in this case, the efficiency of the system in hospitals, but the baseline, just building new hospitals and so on. Now governments have a huge opportunity, for example, with World Bank and other big organizations, to invest from the ground, no, to change the structure of the new healthcare future, no. So in these reports, that your last slide was clear, no, 46 trillion of savings. Are you collaborating with the World Bank or just forecasting how this massive amount of investment should be invested to transform healthcare? So healthcare, it's not just a treatment to the solution, but healthcare can trigger the innovation itself. Because if not, I think it's a catch-22 that cannot be changed, no? Thank you.
So many of us work with the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the International Energy Authority, and of course the World Economic Forum. The reason being is because if you happen to be a leader of a country and you look at where the tax dollars are going, a large amount of them go on healthcare. In Europe, it averages about 11 to 12% of GDP. In the US, ridiculously, it's over 17% of GDP goes on healthcare. So anything you can do to make healthcare more efficient saves money. But also, I agree with you, it's then re-envisioning how you build healthcare systems. When you have developing countries building infrastructure, and this can be sanitation all the way to hospitals, we need to think in 21st century ways, not in 19th century ways. You do not build cities like London anymore, or Chicago. You build them in a way that is prepared for climate change, allows you to build in human health as the major undertaking to start off with. And so for me, it's really about trying to change that. This is how we used to do it. This is how we do it in the future. So I love your point, which is, yes, this is a real opportunity to try and get things right. Because as we know, in many countries, when you build infrastructure, it's locked in for 50 to 60. And hey, look, I'm still working in hospitals, so 100 years old. Okay, so so we know that whatever we build now will be there for a long time. So absolutely, I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. Dr. Magna, big applause. Thank you. Thank you again. So I have to communicate that due to institutional commitments, Ministry Theodore Xylakis and Dr. Cristina Casella cannot be present, cannot have their talk, so we can proceed directly to the oral communication. So the first one on this session is Maria Concetta Eliso, Barbara Billè, Giuseppe De Marco. So I will invite the floor, I think, Tiziana Cappello, that will present the paper for the oral communication. And now let's go to the presentation. Okay. PDF, giusto? O... Ok. Ok. Okay, perfect. So I just was to share the screen. Just 1 second for the. Okay. Please, Tiziana, the floor is yours.
Okay, nice work. So thank you, Domenico, for your presentation. Good morning, everyone. So as you can see from the title of my talk, today I will talk to you about something that is new according to what we heard in these 2 previous days. We are moving into the marine aquatic environment. So we are going to see the effects, the potential effects of polystyrene microplastics together with the bisphenol A on the embryo developmental of sea urchin Arbacia lixula. So I will go fast about the first part. We in the previous days, other speakers have already talked about the issue of plastic pollution. What we can say that we live in a plasticide world. So this means that everything that's surrounding us is made of plastics. And we know that the major problem is about the waste. Sorry for the slide. Ok, c'è qualcosa che non funziona, but it's okay. So the major problem is about the waste of microplastics, that we know that plastic can reach the ocean and the sea. And according to different kind of factors, they undergo a process of fragmentation. This leads to the production of different fragments of plastics that can be subdivided according to their size. So that one that we will focus on is that one about microplastics that we know represent all those fragments with size less than 5 millimeters. We already talked about the ability of plastics to act as a vector of other kind of pollutants. And among these, we want to focus on the bisphenol A, because is generally introduced into plastics to harden them, and is known that it has a role as endocrine disruptors. So it means that when it enters in a biological system, it can affect different aspects of biological systems. So another thing that we already know is about the biological risk of microplastics. Once they arrive into the environment, through trophic level, they could pass through all the web chain. So this means that they will come back to humans again. Those the effects that we could see in aquatic organisms in biological system can be also hypothesized for human beings. About the model species that we use for the studies is the black sea urchin Arbacia lixula, that is already validated organism for the embryotoxicity test. This is due to the large number of eggs that may be available from these organisms, which are very easily to be manipulated in the laboratories, and is very easy to induce the fertilization under controlled condition in laboratory. As you can see from the picture, the embryo development of the species is very new. So we know almost all about all the stage that bring to an adult organism. And besides, these organisms are resistant to disease, and in parallel also very sensitive to the exposure of different kind of pollutant. So it's a very good model for our studies, mostly if we want to look at the development of this organism. So the aim of the study, as I told you before, was to evaluate the potential embryo toxicity of polystyrene microplastics alone combined with bisphenol A on the development of sea urchin organism. This project is within a project of national interest, which was aimed to evaluate the effect of contaminants on the embryo development of different kind of organism. So according to the experimental design, as you can see, what we have done in the laboratory was to collect the adult organism and induce the spawning, so the obtainment of gametes. So what we have done was to induce the fertilization. So we use the fertilized eggs to expose them to different kind of experimental groups. So as you can see from the picture, we have the exposure to microplastics, polystyrene microplastics, and we choose 2 different sizes, 1 and 5 micrometers. we expose these fertilized eggs to bisphenol A. In this case, we use two different doses, 5 and 25 millimolar. And then we did the combination of microplastics and bisphenol A. As I will tell you, it is not a con-exposure experiment. So we don't put together BPA and microplastics, but what we have done, it was to spike BPA on microplastics to evaluate the capacity of microplastics to absorb bisphenol A. So we collected our samples after 2 days of exposure because we conduct the experiment until the stage of the larva pluteo. So when our animals reach this stage, we collect these animals and we conduct all the biological assays. Before the biological assay, we went to measure the physicochemical characteristics of bisphenol A. So we did an absorption test to see how much of the bisphenol A that we put with microplastics was really absorbed on the surface of microplastics. And as you can see from the table, it was very, very low, less than 15 micromolar. Remain attached, absorbed on the surface of microplastics, with a little higher amount for the microplastics of higher size because of the higher surface, of course. What we have done that we also measure the desorption. It lists the capacity of BPA to be released by the surface of polystyrene microplastics. So we did this analysis after 1 day and 2 days. So in order to follow the entire experiment, so we use, in this case, seawater, so the same medium to which we expose our sea urchin embryos. And also in this case, we found that a part of bisphenol A was released again in the water. So according to the biological assays, the first things that we did was to observe these larvae to see how they grow in this experimental medium. So as you can see from this graph, while in the control, mostly of the embryos were had a normal development. What is impressive is that the exposure to only BPA induced, in the first case, almost the totality of samples with malformed or delayed development, while at the higher concentration of BPA, mostly of the samples died, so we're not able to proceed in their development. When we look at the exposure to microplastics independently from the size, half of the population had malformation, but the other had a normal development, and almost the same data can be released when microplastics were spiked with BPA. So which kind of malformation we were able to observe on this organism? In the first picture, do you have the control animals, so the normal pluteo after 2 days of the fertilization of the eggs? What we found that the exposure to microplastics produced some alteration in the pre-oral arms that were reduced or sometimes not present in our samples. What is interesting is that the exposure to BPA at the lower concentration induces an increase in the length of the arms, and this means that there could be a delay in the development of sea urchin. While, as we already observed from the first graphs, when the embryos were exposed to the higher dose of BPA, we had died organism. We can see a gastrula, so the development was arrested and this embryo were not able to proceed with their development. Interestingly, when BPA is spiked on microplastics, all the embryos were able to proceed in their development, even if with some malformation. So this means that we found effects comparable to those of produced by only the microplastics. So in some cases we minimize the effect of bisphenol A. So in order to evaluate what really is happening on these animals, so which are the metabolic pathways that can be altered by the exposure of this experimental condition, we go ahead with a metabolomics approach based on protonic nuclear magnetic resonance. This means that I am able to see all the metabolites inside the tissue. if I don't know if in the room there is someone that is familiarized with this kind of approach, usually NMR spectrum may be more rich in terms of resonance and therefore in metabolites. In this case, we have almost 20 metabolites. As you can see from the list, we have amino acid, we have carbohydrates, we have osmolytes, neurotransmitters, so molecules of different belonging to different metabolic pathways. But we have to consider that we are working with embryos of sea urchin, where the amount of biological sample is very low, and mostly of this sample must be removed from the metabolomics analysis because it's made of the endoskeleton. So the amount was very, very low, but this spectrum confirms the high sensitivity of metabolomics that is able to detect and measure those metabolites. So next step was to measure each single metabolite in order to see if there was any difference in the level of metabolites according to the different experimental conditions. And we were able to group these metabolites according to their involvement in different metabolic pathways. So for example, we found a significant alteration in the in the level of glycine, which we know is a component of the matrix protein. So this increase was exactly in the groups exposed to only BPA at both concentration. So the increase in glycine is because we found from the morphological observation that we found a length higher of the arms. So more glycine in order to produce a more endoskeleton, so a biomineralization process. So it suggests a perturbation in the skeletogenesis of sea urchin. Also, we found some metabolites involved in the neurotransmission. We found metabolites involved in the serotonergic neurotransmission, cholinergic, and even dopaminergic neurotransmission. And as we can see, we found a reduction in serotonin exactly in the same group exposed to only BPA, while choline and tyrosine were declined in all the experimental group. This means that there is alteration in the neurotransmission. So both polystyrene, microplastics, and BPA have a neurotoxic effects on this on the development of sea urchin embryos. Also, we found alteration in metabolites involved in the energy metabolism, in particular in lactate and glucose. And if you remember, I told you, according to the anomalies that we found from the observation, that there was a delay in the development of this organism. So when the glucose is low, and this occurs in all the experimental groups, it means that the animals have not enough energy source to use for their development. So this may be the cause of this delay in the development that we observe by our observation. And again, also, there are some alteration in the osmoregulation, which is represented by two different metabolites that were almost absent in all the experimental groups. So this means that this animal has facing difficulty in the osmoregulation with the external medium. So another approach, another analysis that we did in order to support our metabolomics data was to measure the activity of the acetylcholinesterase enzyme, which is known to be biomarkers for neurotoxicity. And in this case, both in all the experiments, both using the microplastic 1 and 5 micrometers, and both considering the exposure to only BPA or spiked on the microplastics, we found a reduction in the activity of ACGA. This means this supports the metabolomics data, because if you remember, choline level was reduced. This means this supports the inactivity of this enzyme, which is not present enough to split acetylcholine, the neurotransmitter, that remain stable in its form. This is why we don't have free choline in the metabolome of sea urchin, because mostly was intact in the acetylcholine level. So these are the preliminary data that we have until now. So what emerged from this data is that we were able to evaluate the toxic dynamic of two different kinds of contaminants. And it seems that in this case, the presence of microplastics could minimize the effect of bisphenol A. Mostly of the effects were due to the exposure to bisphenol A. When this is linked to microplastics, it means that we have less bisphenol A free in the environment, and so we could reduce their effect, since the measure were observed when sea urchin were exposed to only BPA. Of course, there will be other analysis to better investigate this mechanism of action of polystyrene microplastics, mainly when spiked with BPA. Before to proceed, I would like to just promote this journal of Xenobiotic from MDPA. And this is why it's a journal that focuses on the effect of xenobiotics. As you can see from the scope of the journal, it covers different kind of approach from the presence in the environment, the release, the effect, the exposure. And so I think it fits also with the One Health approach perspective, because it really is able to look at different model organisms, including human health. So this was my last slide. So I'm thank you for listening, for your attention. And of course, I'm available for any doubts, curiosity, questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dottoressa Cappello. If there are questions, we have time to take some questions for Tiziana. Yes, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tiziana, for this very nice presentation. I think another good work that will be that will support the effect and the studies undertaken on microplastic effects. So two questions. I mean, one, but into the first. Do you believe really that microplastic enter inside the cells in this case? Because I think that there is more a physical effect of plastic, not a biological, I mean, a cellular interaction with plastic, and thus is argumented by the effect of bisphenol A alone, and all the data of bisphenol plus microplastic are in this way. The second, I would be much more interested to see, and this is probably could be done further, environmental microplastic, but because in real life, these animals with their embryos and so on will never be exposed to such a huge concentration of polystyrene, but it will be much more environmental microplastic, many kinds, many shapes, many polymers, and so on. The last probably aspect of my question, I think that you should also try less sized microplastic. I mean, going through nanoplastics, because at this size is 5, I think, no? Or
it's
3.
Too much.
Yeah, it's too much. I don't believe that there will be an interaction inside, but probably outside, blocking some respiration pathway and so on. And thank you. Very nice work.
Thank you for this question, because you give me the spot for reply to your question. I mean, if you look at this image, we found that microplastics enter into the animals. So you can see where there are the arrows, so at level of intestine. But is probably because they are trying to eat, even if it's not the stage where they get source from the external environment. But what you said is correct. So what we believe is that microplastics, according to their size, we use 1 and 5 microplastics, can induce their effect just like a physical effect. So I mean, they are not able to enter inside the cells, they remain outside, and in this case, they create some alteration, as we found, just because of the change in the connection, in the responsiveness with the external environment. But microplastic doesn't enter inside the cells because of the higher size that we test. Conversely, what happens with the BPA is that BPA is dissolved into the medium. So this is why when we measure the higher dose of BPA, we found a block in the development. But when BPA at those concentration was together with microplastics, and this is why I say it's not a co-exposure experiment, it's a microplastic spiked with BPA. The effects are comparable to those of only microplastics because we don't have BPA in the medium. So the effect that we found is exactly or almost the same of what we have with only microplastics. This means that microplastic doesn't enter, so the effects are reduced in respect to those that we found with only BPA. According to the, I think I replied to your question, if this is what...
rendering a non-effective response of BPA plus microplastic. I mean, in the condition of BPA plus microplastic, the total amount of BPA will be absorbed from the microplastic, having no effect, no more effect as it was what we provided below.
Yes, this is the measure that we had from absorption and desorption. So the quantity of BPA was very, very low that remained on the surface. And in a seawater medium, like that we test for the development of sea urchin, we also found a soft release of this BPA. So the polymer that we use for our microplastics was not able to retain concentration of BPA. Only less than 15% remained, and of this 15%, part of this was released in the medium during the 2 days that we did our experimental exposure. According to the second question, it was about the eventual effect of, for sure, nanoplastics would produce different, in my opinion, would produce exactly different effects, because we know that at the nanoparticle size, these compounds are able to enter, to cross the cell membrane and enter inside the cells. So I would expect different damage induced by this exposure. About environmental microplastics, yes, this is what could be a realistic scenario. You know that we collaborate with adult animal until now with mussels, sea worms, other species. But of course, if we want to move to a more realistic scenario, we should work with environmental microplastics in order to have a cocktail, both in terms of polymers, both in terms of size, both in terms of dimension of these microplastics that could really give us a look at what these organisms may be exposed to in the real environment. Also because we know that sea urchin have an external fertilization. So if fertilized eggs are in contact with this kind of compounds, we could have this kind of malformation that could have a damage in terms also of population, with a decline in the species, so with the repercussion in the entire web chain.
Thank you.
Thank you to you.
Other questions? I have a question. Curiosity. My curiosity is, do you think that with the data that you collected with this study, could you be able maybe to set up a model or an in silico model of the, for example, this dynamic between adsorption, desorption, or do you think about that?
Well, we could think about this. I mean, these mostly of the studies that there are present in the literature are focused on the co-exposure. So in this case, the fact that we spike the bisphenol A can be an innovative steps in the literature, and the results that the funding that we obtain are very innovative, are very new, were not what we expected. So yes, I think we could think to produce an in silico test in order to create like a validated protocol in this aspect, according to this. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Cappello, for the presentation. So, the applause. Now, I will invite on the floor Antonio Cristaldi for presenting potential oxidative and inflammatory effects produced by PM2.5 in olfactory and sheathing cells, and SHCY5Y cells. So I think it's like an acronym. So I will give the floor to Antonio. Oh, oops. Okay. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning at all. Thanks, Domenico, for introducing me. So, for the student, I specify the acronym PM2.5 is a particular matter, and the particular matter with the PM2.5 with the diameter of a bond particle less than or equal to 2.5 micrometers. So, PM2.5 can be released in the atmosphere due to various anthropogenic activities, and it can affect different systems of the body, not only respiratory, but also cardiovascular and also nervous system, because PM2.5 is able to pass two important barriers of our body, the blood-alveolar barrier and also the blood-brain barrier. So PM2.5 can be able to favor the onset of neurodegenerative disease, for example, Alzheimer, Parkinson's disease, and others. In our study, we use two cellular line, olfactory and sheathing cells, because these cells, it can use these cells to investigate the relationship between environmental factor and the neurodegeneration, and SHCY5Y cells. Used in scientific research like a model for studying neurodegenerative disease. In our previous study presented last year at the One Health conference, we evaluated the cell viability of two cell lines after exposure to different concentration of PM2.5 exposed for 24, 48, and 72 hours. And subsequently, we tested also the not only the cell viability, but also mitochondrial damage and cytoskeleton modification and induction of apoptotic process. Now, several studies have evaluated that PM2.5 can favor the onset of neurodegenerative disease because the particulate have an inflammatory action and then can affect the nervous system, and in particular can favor the release of inflammatory molecules like cytokines. So we continued our study with the detection of several cytokines, in particular interleukin 2, 3, 6, 8, 17, tumor necrosis factor alpha, and we tested also the superoxide dismutase activity, in particular for SOD1, 2, and 3 in both cell lines. So, briefly, we collected the PM2.5 in an area with high vehicular traffic in the Catania city, in Italy, and we performed for each filter a gravimetric determination of PM2.5 and also the characterization on 10 trace elements and 16 aromatic hydrocarbons. We performed the cell viability test through MTT test, or say, and we performed also the mitochondrial damage and modification of the cytoskeleton induction of apoptotic process, respectively with Me12 test, panel test, and furthermore, we performed the expression of caspase-3 and vimentin. So far, we performed the ELISA test for determination of several interleukin. At this moment, only in SHCY5Y cells, in particular, interleukin 3, 6, 8, and 17, and determination of the activity of the SOD3. In this slide, we can see a brief summarize of the obtained results. We can see that we have an annual mean value of PM2.5 of 16.9 microgram per cubic meter, and we found the higher concentration during the winter season. winter season, and we found also the higher concentration of some trace elements and some polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in the sample collected during the winter season. But this value were below the low limits, the low Italian limits. Excuse me. So we performed the cellular viability after exposure to 24, 48, and 72 hours, and we can see that the reduction of the viability cells were found after exposure to 72 hours. So in this slide, we can see that when exposed to medium and high concentration of PM2.5, we have a mitochondrial damage and modification of the cytoskeleton in factory-exciting cells and in SHSY cells after exposure to low, medium, and high concentration. In particular, we can see that when the red dye decreases, we have a higher mitochondrial damage, and when the green dye increases, we have modification of the cytoskeleton. In this slide, we performed the tunnel test, and we can see that we have an higher DNA fragmentation and induction of apoptotic process after exposure to medium and high concentration of PM2.5 when exposed to olfactory-exciting cells, and after high concentration when of PM2.5 when exposed to SHSY5Y cells. We performed the test for the secretion of release of caspase-free, and then we can see that after exposure, in particular to high concentration of PM2.5, we have an higher secretion of caspase-free in olfactory-exciting cells, and in SHSY5Y cells after exposure to medium, and in particular to after exposure to high concentration of PM2.5. And then we performed also the vimentin test for evaluate the vimentin positivity. And in particular, we can see that the vimentin positivity is higher after exposure to high concentration in olfactory-exciting cells, and after exposure to medium and high concentration after exposure to PM5 in SHSY cells. So far, we performed also the secretion of cytokine in SHSY5Y cells, and we can see that we have higher concentration of interleukin-3, 6, 8, and 17, excuse me, after exposure to high concentration of PM2.5, and we have also a reduction of the activity of SOD3. So it's important to highlight our preliminary results because cytokine have a pro-inflammatory role, in particular interleukin 6, 8, 17, and several studies reported that in interleukin-3 can have also an anti-inflammatory role. So interleukin 6 then has a key role in regulating the inflammatory processes, and interleukin 17 has implicated in neurodegenerative disease like inflammation, and it has an important role in onset of Alzheimer's disease. Reduced superoxide dismutase activity is associated with a significant risk of disease associated with oxidative stress, like neurodegenerative disease. In the human body, we know 3 SOD 1, 2, and 3. But in particular, SOD2 is considered the most important type of superoxide dismutase, and confers SOD2 confers high tolerance to oxidative stress, while decreased SOD2 express the oxidative stress. So in the first part of our study, we performed the detection of SOD3 activity because we have less information of this type of SOD, but our study continues with the identification of the other SOD1 and SOD2. In conclusion, the identification of more sensitive cell line could be the key to understand like PM 2.5 can contribute to onset of neurodegenerative disease. It's clear that it's important to reduce the fine particular emission for environmental health, but also for public health. And finally, the next step will be the test on SHSY cells with determination of interleukin-2, TNF-alpha, SOD1, and SOD2, and then the determination of interleukin-2, 3, 6, 8, 70, TNF-alpha, and SOD1, 2, and 3, also in olfactory sheathing cells. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cristaldi, for the great presentation. I don't know if there are questions. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I wasn't exactly sure. Did you see that that the microplastics entered into the cells?
Microplastics in this experiment?
Yes, because you were talking about the brain-blood barriers. You know, is it your opinion that microplastics enter into the cells and get into the brain or whatever?
Yeah, I think that microplastic can enter because we have a very small dimension. But at this moment, I not consider to determine this type of test. But in future, I can to do this type of experiment because I think that microplastics can affect the body because we can explain oxidative stress for the characteristics of the microplastic, but also because microplastic can transport other molecules, other pollutants that can have inflammatory activity, and then I think that it's a good idea to test the presence of this pollutant.
No, the reason why I'm asking is that you know, we have been brought up in toxicology, you know, cellular molecular toxicology, you know, believing that the blood-brain barrier and the blood-placenta barrier, you know, basically, you know, has this unique cell walls that prevent, you know, things from making everybody crazy, you know, and we are talking about micropollutants, and then prevent babies from whatever enters into their mother's mouth and everything. And now, you know, we are hearing a lot of people saying that particles pass these barriers, which is, for me as a molecular toxicologist and cellular toxicology, it's a very, very funny thing to me and extremely dangerous. So I'm just wondering, what mechanism do you think that these particles pass these unique barriers when ordinary chemicals doesn't do that?
Then the mechanism that to pass the barrier of microplastic, it's important to consider different. It's important to consider different mechanisms. But for example, when the plasma membrane is compromised, for example, the pollutant can enter in the cytoplasm and can affect this and can exert this effect in the cell, for example. But it's important to conduct further study to highlight this mechanism.
Another question?
Some experiment that we are making with the National Research Council highlighted that olfactory cells can absorb microplastics. And so the termination of the olfactory cells are able to go directly inside the brain and transport these microplastics. So we are making some experiment to better evidence that this problem, but because these are often very amazing scenery and then very horrible scenery.
Yeah, definitely for microplastics, this kind of concept, I mean, I've seen this recent times in publication, is very troubling, regarding what microplastics can do and do not do. But personally, I think that it would be good to have a mechanism that check whether the microplastics one measured in these cells are extracellular or intracellular. So this is very important, because if somebody is measuring these microplastics that are attached to cell membranes, and then, I don't know the kind of contrast that people use to see whether they are attached to the cell membrane or inside the cell. So, but regardless, it's a very troubling situation if they do enter the brain.
There is one question from...
Yeah, it is not really a question, but a support to what Antonio just said, and also a support to what Agustin was discussing. We did several analyses with human biopsy, either in testes or I remember it was something around 500 biopsies from Napoli Polyclinic, as a provider, and also from brain, from dead persons. And I can pronounce this, they should be published very soon. Unfortunately, we had a very inconvenient, I regretted from Sergio Minucci, but in 100% of the cases, microplastic were in these tissues. So microplastic in human testes, microplastic in brain, this is an evidence. Now, just to say that the mechanism by which this microplastic will reach these organs, despite the fact that these organs are well protected by this so-called barrier, we have evidence that the tight junctions between the cells are destroyed. And this is a physical effect of microplastic. Then once over these barriers, now nobody could provide a clear pathway of how microplastic, probably with a very tiny size, enter inside the cell. But with some polarized image, microscopic image that we did in my lab, we have the evidence that the microplastic is inside the cell. Not on human biopsies, but on other tissue. Now we had to find out really how these microplastics, that's why my question to Tiziana was, the size is very important if we are talking about a direct effect, a direct interaction of microplastic or nanoplastic with the cell component, or a physical effect outside the cell, which is also the idea of Agustin.
Yeah, Professor, the size is very important because the smaller size can favor the entry in the cell.
I have also a question, if possible, or let's just one thing, colleagues, let's try to do not have like back and forth between a few people, but let's engage all the audience. Okay.
I can?
Yes, please.
I would say to Augustine that we are studying the pathways of for describing all the microplastics, in this case PM 2.5 of collected by urban dust, are able to modify the molecular pathway. We found that microRNA was altered by contact, physical contact with the microplastics. And it's important the size, because microRNA have most abundance according to the size. At the lowest size, I have highest effects. And in particular, we are studying air pollution because 17% of PM2.5 is constituted by plastics. In this moment, we are characterized the PM2.5 to evaluate the miscela effects of pollutants. In the second step, we are adding also nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles, and micro and nanoplastics. So for a correct landscape and for have a better knowledge for increasing the preventive regulation for protection of the people health. Okay.
Thank you. Probably on this point, I have one last question, then we can go to the next speaker. So beside the biological, can say, consideration, I think that this study is very interesting because it's opening the floor on the discussion to the, for example, air quality regulation that for now, even on the perception of policymaker are more related to respiratory disease. But your study is demonstrating that there are also, we can say, effect on the nervous system. So how do you think, or do you think that maybe this study can lead to, we can say, define even different limits for air quality pollution in terms of regulation and so on? And yeah, just comment on that.
Already the WHO has released the new guideline in 2021 that we have a new limit for PM2.5, not 20 and 25 microgram per cubic meter, but 5 and 15 microgram per cubic meter for exposure to 24 hours for the year. Yeah. But
do you think that this is because of the neural effect, or just because they think that there is an effect?
For chronic disease, in particular respiratory disease, but in the literature, there are many studies, not only our study, that evidence with a lower concentration respect to the new guideline, we have other effect, not only respiratory or cardiovascular, but also neurodegenerative disease. Then I think that in the future, if we have important results that evidence this effect in the future, we need another revision of this limit, because at the moment we don't have a concentration and we can say, okay, no problem. At this moment, this result, it's not possible. And then I think that this study one day can help to have other new limits.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Domenico.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now I will invite on the floor the next speaker, that is Gea Oliveri, that is going to present PGAs in PM2.5 from the City of Catania and their toxicological evaluation on neuronal cells. First data from the airborne study. I think a kind of complementary work to the one that, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for the opportunity to share our first results of the airborne project. The airborne project is a twin project according to the previous project presented by Cristaldi, and we have the objective, the aims to study the complex miscela to which we are exposed, briefing the air pollution in urban area. And ancora io stavo parlando.
No.
Okay, introduction, background.
That's okay here.
So, as a public health worker, we must do itself some question. Why the mortality increases also if we have the very useful limits for minimize the effect of air pollution. Well, I bring in this moment the first results about the concentration of PAGs metal, ultra trace metals present in the air pollution, in particular in PM 2.5. And we asked myself why not were used as proactivator in neurodegenerative disease. At the moment, for my knowledge, is not present any article that reveal the dosage to which we are exposed. Well, non va? Okay, as you can see, and how Cristaldi said, air pollution, in particular PM 2.5, is a very issue for all world and entire world, and in particular 7% of PM 2.5 derived by urban transport. But exposure to PM 2.5 is still associated with the cardiovascular respiratory disease, but we focused the neurodegenerative disease, air pollution borne disease. In particular, PM 2.5 have several direct entrance on the neurological systems, in particular through the bulb olfactory of the nose. And in particular, the effects forecast of PM 2.5 are distributed in all organs of the human body. Well, now for use for have a car that I can use in European cities, the car must be certified by European community according the limit, in particular for Euro 6 legal limit for minimizing the pollution, the emission of car pollution. But for reach these limits, we have a tool particularly important for reaching these limits, and the vehicle exhaust catalysis are the tool very used in our automotive park. We now palladium by the heroes of Marvel, in particular for Iron Man. But we know also platinum as cisplatinum in the therapy of chemotherapy for oncological disease. But in particular, we must expose it to air pollution, in particular for the palladium, rhodium, and platinum. These metals are not ever dosed in the air pollution, in particular in PM 2.5, the fraction very, very important for limit the increase of the respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurodegenerative disease. In fact, we have a very high request of this metal in jewelry, industrial, and automotive industry. For first instance, we studied the possibility of the hypothesis that the ultra-trace metals, PGS metals group, can be a pro-activator of neurodegeneration. In fact, we have studied the possible association between PM 2.5 and neurodegenerative disease, and we carried out a systematic review for collect the very low number of evidences about in vitro and in vivo studies of exposure to these ultra trace metals. The dosage is very, very difficult to perform because being in ultra trace dosage, the capacity of laboratory must be very high. The competence must be very high. And we organized the airborne study with permitted us to characterize the quantity of palladium, platinum, and rhodium in the PM 2.5 of Catania, adding these trace metals in the pattern of described by Antonio Cristaldi. And actually not have data about the concentration, so it's impossible to evaluate the risk for the general population. And we determined these metals using a spectrometry approach in ECPMS. Well, we found these metals. And having an idea of the capability of PM 2.5 to induce inflammatory process in neuroblastoma cells, we have also the idea of the additive quantity of toxicity related to these metals. So we exposed the neuroblastoma cell line to miscela produced according to real concentration found in the PM 2.5 in Catania Road. The characterization was completed with the concentration palladium, platinum, and rhodium. And we have only concentration very low at the concentration of picogram per meter cubic of air collected by active station monitoring. So we approached for first time to evaluate the viability cell of neuroblastoma cell line. And we found that we have several effects on cytoskeleton or in capacity to replication. In particular, we evaluate the capacity to have a toxicity, especially for only these three metals. And we prepared a mix, controlled mix of 15 and 30 picogram per liter. That is a good option to verify the real concentration, the real exposure of general people in urban area. Well, I anticipated that, introduced the possibility that our very strict limit could be healthy for our life, but is not very true. Is not true when I add new information about compost or pollutant that are not ever dosed or never studied for its contributing the toxicity. And so also if we have a normal good quantity of PM 2.5 that are lowest to legal limit, the new WCO limit, we have a possibility that we not have a healthy life, because these metals are not included in the metals regulated by limit by WCO. So it's very, very first data. It's important to continue this study, also because platinum, palladium, and rhodium have a good adhesivity to particulate, and so it's possible that the inhalation can be toxic for lung cells, but also for neuronal cells. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Oliveri. I don't know if there are questions.
It's very technical topic.
Matteo, the question.
Thank you. I'm a lawyer, so I have some difficulty to understand, but I studied something in high school. So, but anyway, for what was interesting for me was to understand from your presentation, the previous presentation, that we usually think about pollutants, PM10, PM2.5, they affect our lungs. Now we understand they affect our brain, maybe also our heart, and so on. So this is your task to discover what could be the effect. Of course, we live in a world where we have a lot of these pollutants. In an ideal world, we would say no pollutants, so we have a better life. Another thing that I saw in your presentation is that you say that the huge amount of pollution comes from from transportation, while as far as we know, at least more than half comes from heating.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you
pas la plus facile. Tu sais,
Okay. So I think that you can hear us also right now. We see One need of patient with some medical problems. Yes. Okay, no, forget it. But now the prevention is fine. Okay. So let's receive. Yeah. Cheers. So let's introduce the new chairs for the session. So now we are on the track to mitigate the ecosystem vulnerability and risk, and we address the risk, and now we are on the vulnerability. So the chairs for this session will be Dr. Gabriela Ferrante, Professor Margherita Ferrante, and I don't know if he's connected, currently comforting, but I think no. So we'll give the floor to the chair to open the session and invite the speakers. Please.
Thank you, Domenico. For this session, we have a special invited speaker because he's my good friend and a great clinician in the University of Catania, Professor Santo Signorelli. Please, Santo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Margherita. Thank you very much, chairperson. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to join with us. You this very interesting meeting. I know excellent information, and I think it is very, very interesting occasion to hear something from science on context. So I thought correct? Yes. Okay. So in my opinion, the question of the thrombosis is very, very relevant for the whatsoever. And the most relevant question is the cardiovascular disease, the ischemic heart attacks. But I think that the venous thromboembolism, the venous thromboembolism is very, very interesting, but because the global burden of the venous thrombosis is not we need to consider as relevant. Despite the many questions in clinical questions for the patients. So What is the most relevant question about the pathophysiology of the very strong state? The most important question is prayer. The side of the prayer was the hemodynamics on the, but the coagulative factors may be considered as relevant. Most relevant is the breakdown of the material. But I think that now we focus about the exaggerated coagulation. This is the crosstalk between the ambiental question, the environmental question, and the coagulation. I think that is the keywords of the health problems. What is the mechanism? Because the amendment may be to involve in mechanism to lead the venous thrombosis. Many of the factors may be to consider. But I think that the most important is to be considered the exaggerated coagulative factors on the no balance between the coagulative and coagulative methods. So, if you consider this cartoon, maybe to consider what is the crucial point, what is the high plot in maybe to found when you consider the blood cells, particularly macrophage. So, in this cartoon, we consider the high level of the coagulative activity, hypercoagulative activity, may be considered in blood cells and macrophages. When you relate what is the high level of the environment of the particular mechanism. So I think that this one, over information, coagulative, leukocyte and inflammatory agents, and the active parts of the inflammation, may be to consider as closely related to the environment or the high level of the particular mechanism. So high pollution is now to be considered a very important risk factor because there is a close association between the risk factor for thrombogenic condition and hypercoagulability that I think that is the hard point in mechanism of the pathophysiology mechanism using to the venous thrombosis. On the other one, for a long time, we considered the oxidative stress as crucial point, as mechanism that is inducing the atherosclerosis process. So because this is leading to the modified low density lipoprotein. But the oxidative stress may be considered also closely related to the mechanism of the hypercoagulability. And so high level of the environmental agents on the pH may be to induce the oxidative stress as this cartoon may be considered because you like to see what is the high level of generation of the radical of the toxic radicals during different weeks. This is considered during the different time of the week. It's most possible to find high, medium, or very high level of the environmental condition. So, about this, what is the relation between the cloth and the particular metals? The arrows leads to us to know what is the high level of the oxidative stress induced by different conditions of the agents, DNA 10 or the other one, that is able to induce H2 or O2 is a very nice, basic usable marker to evaluate the oxidative stress. So, a few years ago, we together with the scientific group of Margherita Ferrante, we study what is the level of the oxidative stress of the biomarkers of the surrogate markers of the oxidative stress in venous thrombosis, or the patients having different kind of the venous thrombosis. So you consider Malonga-based 4HN, TRBS, these are biomarkers, or as relevant to mark what is the level of the receptors in this kind of patients were found as level, as high level. And this is the report reduced in acid antioxidant. So what is in our opinion? We think that, I think, the result of our study demonstrated that the oxidative process is maybe to be considered in this kind of patients affected by venous thrombosis. So, second one, maybe to consider this, some of the surrogate biomarkers, MDA and 4HN, as very interesting biomarkers or very useful biomarkers in investigating what is the level of the oxidative stress. So we consider the other one that we might consider this the mechanism of the oxidative as a potential mechanism inducing high torque, and so it is related to the venous thrombosis mechanism. Some years before, this group of the colleagues of Martinelli demonstrate that it's possible to find close relationship between level of the PMU of particulate matter from different kinds of particulate matter and the number of level of the occurrence of the DVT, the venous thrombosis, the pulmonary, and as consequence of the level of the number of the admission to the hospitalization. This is possible because closely linked with the level of the PA. Not only in Italy, but in other parts of the world, some scientists, some colleagues research about the relationship between the venous thrombosis and the distribution of the generation of the particular matter. So, what is the conclusion of the study? This one. So, high level of the particular matter is closely related to the number of the hospitalization. First one. Second one, there is a close relation, as you demonstrated by the between the level of the particular matter and the number of the occurrence of the venous thrombosis. What is the potential link between this season or the ambient or the environmental condition? So, in this aspect, my colleague Roberto Manfredini from Ferrante showed in how to release the most relevant number of the DTA occurrence. It is closely related with the level of the time of the environment. So we demonstrate by helping Margherita and the other colleagues that in Sicily there is different condition. We found a number of the occurrence of the venous thrombosis in other seasons. So because the humidity, also the hot, maybe the potential condition that leads to the number of the occurrence of the venous thrombosis. So maybe on the other kind, because during the season, during the summer, we have a lot of people that go around the sea because we like to go to the sea or from mountain to the sea. So this is different because these results were found in north of Italy and Sicily, as you know, in southern Sicily. This is better to stay in Sicily than other one. So other point that we consider what is the level of needles, because I think that you know that high level of the metals of the transition method will be considered as potential causing the oxidative stress or the development of growth. So we found that the level of the concentration of this metal were found different between patients with venous thrombosis and no. So this cartoon, you consider the higher level of the lead and the interesting the low level of no different, no statistical different mark, low level of the So what is our opinion? Our data provided what is the level of the estimation of the effects of the level of the metals cells, on the membrane cells, on the oxidative stress. But this is very interesting because it's leading to closely to the high growth generation. So what is the potential consideration of the consideration that have been found? In our city, there is a significant effect of the environmental condition, both on the large part of the population and the other one on the mechanism, on the pathophysiological mechanisms that are able in inducing disease, in particular the thrombotic disease. So if this is correct, we consider that a lot of the results will be to spend in order to act, to implement what is done, to have the help of the environment, on another one to plan for this to have the new urban planning both for the condition, both for the run and the other one. So this is the last part of my presentation. But I want to draw your attention to its please. This is very interesting opportunity for me because I want to thank my dear friends. Because I collaborated with this group for a long time. Thank you, Margherita. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gea. Thank you, Maria, and everyone. This one is the result of our cooperation from starting from long time. This is the paper that we published. And I want to thank you very much, my dear friends.
Thank you, Santo. It was a big honor for us to collaborate with you in these years, and also to deep knowledge on the cardiovascular disease and environmental risk factors, and especially thromboembolism, your pulse, 5 pulse. So I am very, very happy to have you here, and also to have had this opportunity to deepen knowledge on the thromboembolism mechanism on clinicians' point of view, and the relation between cardiovascular disease and the environment. So it is important for you, as I said, that we have to plan many interventions to reduce these risk factors, but especially to have a vision in one health vision, the possibility to plan in a different way our urban context to recovery biodiversity, the soil that is important for exchange for the benefits for animals and plants also in the urban area, and the green solution, the sustainable solution, and so on, that are all the topics of our congress. So thank you, and
thank you very much.
Good luck for you.
I have a question.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for this study that's going deeper on differentiating the type of pollutant. But when Gea was mentioning in the beginning, suddenly when I hear this study, I suddenly think about the relationship between the metals and the hemoglobin. Is this the reason why there is a difference between different metals, or is it more maybe the interaction with the metal with the lipids? That's a good one.
I think that the second one is the most important, because it is know that the oxidative stress involves the effects on the lipids and the one on the thrombotic events, on the mechanism inducing thrombotic. Maybe to consider that on the other one, that the higher level of the oxidative stress, the other one, maybe affect also on the level of on the oxygen. So on the other one, first one is the radical generation, and the second one is what is the effect of the radical generation on the membrane cells, and particularly on the immune. So, but I think that the lipids of the oxidative condition, lipids may be considered not only as thrombotic, but as one in venous thrombotic. But very interesting matter is what is the effect on the platelets? Where by help the Margherita Ferrante group and the Margherita and Gea, we are studying what is the level of the microparticles derived from the platelets as agents able to induce not only the aggregation, but also the production of the generation from the microvesicle that it may be reduced and modify the mRNA. So I consider that this is the key points. Because I think that is very interesting, because the platelet activity is now considered as relevant agents in pathogenesis on mechanism for the thrombotic and the bigger thrombotic events. I disagree with this to focus only on the arterial events, because platelets and the blood cell, in particular platelets, is really involved as potential thrombotic agents and very important thrombotic agents.
Thank you. Other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next presenters. Do we have Eloise on the? Yeah. Okay. Carol. Okay. All right. So Carol Mayone, she's online. Her presentation is monitoring the health of our oceans from sea surface to sea floor. So Carol, whenever you're ready, feel free to share your screen.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Can you, okay, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen now? Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. My presentation will be about monitoring the health of our ocean from the sea surface to the sea floor. So the context for this research, the Mediterranean diet led to an increase in commercial and deep fishing. And this has resulted in an ecological crisis from increased fishing activity, illegal fishing, and catches of unwanted species. In particular, 75% of the fish stocks are currently overfished in the Mediterranean Sea, and this percentage can rise to like 93% when we consider only European waters. So for this study, I focused on Sardinia, which is located on off the east coast of Italy, and I'm looking into deep sea trawl fishing, which happens around like 750 to 950 meters. And only deep water red shrimps are used for commercial fishing, while the other species are discarded as a bycatch. And this has caused the destruction of coral colonies, but not just that, also has caused like a threat to the health and subsistence of species that use corals as their feeding and breeding environment. So within this context, the research question is, how does deep sea fishing affect the health and subsistence of deep sea ecosystem in Sardinian waters? And in particular, 3 research objectives are to provide a comparative assessment of data acquisition techniques to monitor the impact of deep sea fishing on local ecosystem. Second, to provide a detailed mapping of Sardinian deep sea fishing ecosystem, principal fish stocks, and characteristic and composition of deep sea ecosystems. And finally, to provide a comprehensive, harmonized information on complex human-ocean interaction to deepen our understanding of the loopholes within the fishing industry, the existing constraint, and how deep sea fishing both contribute to and is affected by the mismanagement of marine resources. So in order to do this, the methodology is articulated around 3 main aspects. First, a comparative study of ocean monitoring technologies. Second, like an expedition, which consists in the cross-collection of satellite data over time and in situ sampling, and finally a model of the impact of deep sea trawl fishing on a deep sea ecosystem. So this study will be methodological, and for the purpose of this study, I will focus on the first 2 section of the methodology. So in terms of like ocean monitoring technologies, different benefits include like ocean observation in remote areas, finer spatio-temporal resolution, the use of non-scientific ships, including research vessel and observation platforms to monitor impact of human activity at sea, real-time or nearly real-time monitoring of all fishing activities, and continuous temporal and global coverage. As an example, in the table on the right side of the slide, we have an integration of different satellite and sensors for cross-combined like data collection. For what concerns in situ data collection, we try to answer 3 main research objectives, which are like studying the presence and abundance of endemic species, and the output of this phase would be an inventory of deep sea species that live between like depths of like 500 to 700 meters and 700 to 1100 meters. And the outcome of this phase is to monitoring the richness and diversity of deep sea species. And usually this is like done collecting data through remote operated vehicle. Second, like to monitor the state and condition of the marine habitat within the same depths, and the output is the definition of a degradation or recovery index. And the outcome of this phase is to monitor the degradation and or recovery stage in the fishing hotspot. And finally, looking at the behaviors of non-fishing spots. And this is usually done with deep baited remote underwater videos. And the output is to identify patterns of change. And the outcome of this phase is to monitor changes in ecological function of this species. So when defining the different work packages for the data collection, we start first with a debriefing with the objective to ensure team alignment and activity coordination, to overview the different activities, objectives, and duty. Then we move to the equipment preparation to ensure that all gears can perform, including mobilization and preparation of the different equipment. Third, we move on to the preliminary analysis of the site, including the supplement initial satellite investigation and providing useful information to guide the all. Fourth, like equipment deployment to ensure the safe operation of all gear. Next, we have like remote operated vehicle alls with the objective to collect and log useful data consistently with the research objectives that we stated before. Next, the use of deep baited remote underwater videos to collect and log useful data consistently with the research objectives. 7, the equipment retrieval to ensure, and in which phase we ensure the operation of all gears. Finally, sample processing and debriefing of the activity. So the purpose of like using this methodology is to contribute to 3 main areas. The first one is to share smart data on the status of deep sea ecosystem among different stakeholders of the fishing supply chain, maintain and improve ocean well-being, resilience, and productivity in line with the principle of a sustainable blue economy. Second, it is vital for all stakeholders and policymakers to understand the critical gaps in ocean knowledge and support and prioritize future market opportunities and supply-demand logic within the sustainable blue economy paradigm. And finally, to provide information and knowledge for safer management and operation of fishing activities, therefore supporting science-based marine spatial planning and design of policy to minimize ocean stressors. Thank you so much, and I'm open for any question you might have.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I have a question. So hi, Carol. So based on these different, let's say, technologies that you assessed in your presentation, what would you say are major gaps that are still missing regarding the different tracking technologies to identify some of these vulnerabilities in deep sea?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, I would like to mention that it's very difficult to obtain like a global assessment, especially when we deal with the ocean and with international waters and waters that are like beyond like national jurisdictions, because we need to find a way to like use different technology in a combined way. But also when we look into the deep sea, it's very difficult to find technologies that are ready for this type of analysis. And then when we look into specific technologies such as satellite, for example, we can have like technology specific limits, which can be, for example, the revisit time of a satellite, which may or may not cover the area of study within the time frame that we need. When we need to do in situ analysis, in this case, we have an expedition, but also like choosing the specific technologies is very important and can constitute a risk and create a bias if we're not like very careful in considering how to successfully combine this technology for to achieve the research goals.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, well, thank you so much, Carol.
Thank you.
Okay, next was Eloise Pulvirenti for my research group. Eloise have an international PhD and have made many great things without. So thank you, Eloise. And the title is Water Quality in Innovative Agriculture System.
Good morning, all. Thanks to my professor and to the chair for introducing me.
Today, I'm going to talk about the water quality in the normative aquaculture systems. So what is aquaculture? Aquaculture is a fish farming and that know as an aquaculture, and it's a practice that involves the cultivation of some aquatic organisms as fish, as shellfish, as aquatic plants, as algae, and all under the control of the condition. In fact, the depletion of the wild fish stocks and the simultaneous increase in the global demand of this seafood have caused the aquatic to gain considerable attention in last year as a sustainable search of food, as we see in the literature. So, the European Union and its members since 2030 have aimed to develop a aquaculture system to assure the social but also the economic and the environmental sustainability. In fact, aquaculture producers must adhere to extensive European Union legislation to address some aspects as the water reserves or the assure the health and the welfare of farm animals. So, there are some type of aquaculture, as we see here in this picture, 4 types of aquaculture. The traditional pond farming, the recirculation system, but also the inshore and offshore cage farming. All of these methods have their own benefits, but also drawbacks. And all of these systems play an important role in meeting the growing demand for seafood worldwide. So aquaculture offers today a more sustainable approach, and the modern technique for practice aquaculture had changed very significantly by the incorporation of advanced technologies, but also the scientific knowledge, and to improve the efficiency, but also to minimize the environmental impact. We see here in this picture that fish have one major advantage over land animals. In fact, as we see here, you must feed 1 pound of feed to produce a pound of fish, but 2 pounds of feed to produce a pound of chicken, and 3 pounds of feed to produce a pound of pig, and 7 pounds, I say 7 pounds of feed to produce a pound of meat. So fish is more cheaper than land animal, as we see here. So what is a PAVE project? It's a project based on the valorization of the water reserves for optimizing the aquaculture system in lake environments. And this is the first project that developed in the Sicilian region. And in particular, this project, the University of Catania collaborated with our farm, and this project is funded by the Sicilian region. So this project, this Sampei project, has developed a closed cycle multi-trophic intensive aquaculture model, and which uses the company reservoir for fish fattening. In fact, the main object of this project is to promote the aquaculture system and exploit the unused basin reserves, in particular the inland area, the water of the inland area in Sicilian, so the dry area as in Sicilian region, in the inland area of Sicilian region. And this approach is aligned with this regional strategy for the integrated management of the water cycle, and for support, of course, the company, and to increase the profit that are linked to the internal water, and also it can offer a new opportunity, a new job in this sector. So, So in this picture, we see this pilot project for the sustainable aquaculture systems. It's an intensive closed, purified closed cycle and multi-trophic model. And so this project aims to implement in one side the practice of aquaculture, but also in the other side to enhance the basin reserves not yet used for this purpose, and also have a social and economic implication for the territory as in Sicilian. And in fact, the water resource that normally is used only for the irrigation, in this case, thanks to the phytoremediation systems and the disinfection system, will be renewed and after reuse to feed the basin in which we put the freshwater fish that will be raised. So these tools will promote the efficiency and the reduction of pollution and also spread the circular economy. So we see here better these systems with this video. The innovation of these systems consists of the use of the artificial basin, not for irrigation, but it's used for the aquaculture, and in this case, the water is totally purified thanks to a system, situ and floating phytoremediation system, so a phytoremediation plants, and this water can be used after for the irrigation. And we see here better, okay, this the phytoremediation plants. So at this point, we decided to analyze the chemical parameters in the water of this aquatic system, aquaculture systems. And we decided to analyze some chemical parameters such as the conductivity, the pH, the BOD, the COD, and other. And what do we see? We see that in the main lake, for the aquaculture system, and in the replenishing basin lake, we see that all of these parameters are all under the low limits. So, as we see in this picture, in this table, this is a demonstration of the aquaculture system is very efficient. And so today aquaculture represents a research for food security and for sustainability. And so now aquaculture is one of the most promising frontier for our future because it can assure the global food security, but also can mitigate the pressure on the wild fishes and contribute also to more sustainable food products. Of course, there are some challenges that involve, for example, the animal welfare or the antibiotic resistance and the transparency and the traceability, of course, and also the environmental impact. But there are many possible future development of these systems thanks to the innovative technologies or thanks to the alternative fish feed or also thanks to the urban aquaculture or the integrated multi-tropical aquaculture. So aquaculture has the potential now to become a key sector for sustainability, and a joint effort by the government, the researchers, or the consumers need to also seize the future opportunity. So we can assure only then that aquaculture can be a good promising for our future in a responsible, sustainable way. Thanks for the attention. Thank you, Elise. Very amazing presentation. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting, innovative, as the title says. But I read a lot about actually the negativities of the fish farms, especially because you mentioned the challenges, because of the environment that they're kept on and the water treatment, etc. So, do you know any successful case of fish farming that actually does not have these challenges? Let's say, challenges to human health or per se the health of the fishes that are being farmed?
Of course, these challenges must be today. We know that there are these challenges these challenges. There are not
a new innovative aquaculture system that does not have these challenges, of course. But I think that with this system, we can skip some of these challenges because it's a good innovative systems. Because with the phytoremediation system, for example, we can absorb some pollutant as the heavy metal, so we can skip some of these challenges, for example. Of course, some of these challenges cannot skip very easily because it's very difficult as the antibiotic resistance or some other type of challenges. But it's a start with the phytoremediation system, I think.
But so there's no case study yet that you know, or
that I know now, but maybe there are some studies in the future that can be more.
The study. I can answer to your question because in these systems we have not used antibiotics. So the fish are grown naturally. The algae that are in the basins are made all the work for the benefit of the fish, that the bioactive products by the algae are protective for the health of the fish. The phytoremediation has demonstrated that the quality of fish have better than the stay in the basin because the fish are arrived from the north of Italy. How big fish and our basin are the basin that in that the fish are grown for the cells. So in the ground we have detected all the substance in the fillet of the fish, and at the end of the experimentation, the fillet of the fish are more safe for the population because the metals are decreased, the microplastics are decreased drastically. So the experimentation have demonstrated that it's possible the fish growing and with safe and natural systems. Actually, a system that we have experimented are not present in the world because it is the first totally natural basic solution.
The working.
Sì, sì.
Then you will be pioneer.
The lake that you have seen is the basin for the water for irrigation of plants and so on. We have transformed
It's an artificial lake.
Okay.
My question. Okay. So thank you very much for your presentation. If I understood well, but like I said, you think that this artificial lake is better than an open sea traditional way fishing, which in tradition we saw there are also many in Greece. You see on the coast of these places where they raise fishing and this way. So this is better because you can control the pollution. That's what I understand. But then the problem is that I'm talking as a person that sees very important this you know, we have the problem with chicken, with pigs that are intensive. And again, with the fish, we could have the same problem, too many fish altogether. And so they create pollution because of what they mean. So my question is, do you think there should be a limit of the number of fishes in the case or something? The problem of intensive production.
It's intensive but controlled also in the number of people. For the cage, a limited number of fish to permit to move and to go on. And the other point is that the basin is totally impermeated by natural solution. There is no plastic and so on. And the other point that you have made is that the organic substances produced by fish are totally recovered by the phytodecoration system, because on the deep of the cave there are some system that recover this and that take it in the phytoremediation.
And then you have a ongoing control.
And, yes, ongoing control, and the water by phytoremediation are controlled, are totally similar to the basin water, so they can return in the basin. It's a totally closed system.
So some kind of swimming pool for human beings, people can have
Yes.
That was a very interesting presentation, particularly for adaptation and food security and all those stuff. But the question I wanted to ask, he stole my question a little bit, but I want to follow up a little bit. Do you have an idea what the potential production volume of fish in this kind of closed system can be?
Yes, no, now I know my story, but I know direct because I think the project, so I know of the particular, and Eloise has seen only a part of the project. But now we have asked another project to the Sicily region, and we will continue this experimentation if arrive the funds.
Yeah, because
important, because no money, no project.
Yeah.
But if money arrives, we have to experiment polymorphism. We have to measure it, and we have a collaboration with many geneticists that can help us to this. And then we are experimenting with the Faculty of Agriculture that collaborated with us. Also, new natural feeds arriving from natural discard substances, for example, from the orange cultivation in our region, or from ficolinea, we call it in English, the typical fruit for us, and the waste from ficolinea are very large, and so we are recovering this waste to make natural feeds. And another important substance, natural product that have many waste, but at this moment I don't say to you how, because we are in possibility to patent this name.
Okay. Because the reason, sorry, can I just make a comment? Because the reason why I was asking this, in such a closed system, when you start to increase biomass through fish density in order to make profits, then you create extra challenges like a disease outbreak and handling of nitrogenous products, waste product from the fish and everything. So, and then, as somebody who has been there, from Norway, then you face another challenge too, which is the ethical challenge about fish welfare. Yeah. So when you put all these things together, then it becomes like, okay, because all these things.
I agree, but I am a hygienist, so I make ever cost-benefit analysis. So if you want to continue to consume fish for all the world, we have to go to this way, because the marine fish are not sufficient for all, and also the marine fish often are not controlled of this. And so from the health point of view, it's more expensive, because make more disease, more hospitalization, and more money that we have to spend. So we have to make the cost benefit and the ethical from this point of view are relative, because we have to eat. We can live without it, so we need the food and the food is good for the survival. But artificial, no, because the fish are.
No, instead of the food.
Artificial foods, but
There is a question opportunity, not for us. The animal welfare, I think if you compare the suffering of chickens altogether, no? They are not used to it. At least with the fish, they can swim themselves, and the same natural movement of swimming by themselves, no? It's much better than.
But now they are in the cage because we are experimenting different sizes, so we need to have a separate system. But the basin, you can see, is very large, so we can produce for food this fish. We can eliminate the cages and can make a more large system for the movement, for the production. So we have to take into account that we have not to think to make the maximum system.
With my projects, I'm pretty sure that the European authorities will really be happy to have an ethical side where I think it could win. Because from the number of food needed to have fish, the welfare animal balance between the fishes against chickens, I think the smell is that if you put someone there to study it well,
yes,
you have more fans in the car.
Yes,
yes.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you very much for this nice presentation, for stimulating a very nice discussion. One of my very favorite hobbies when I go to some places is to visit the local market. And I was in the local market of Ferrante this morning, and I saw a variety of fish, but 90%, even more, of the fish present in Latin market, local markets, are from aquaculture, and they are really giant cyprine, giant red cyprine, which is not really a good thing. So, well, this is a small introduction, but the system you are testing and you are challenging here is good to mitigate the presence of contaminants. Is there any evidence, probably not here, but as far as we know in the bibliography and so on, is there any system based on phytorigation that could mitigate pathogens? I mean, one of the big issue of aquaculture, it is a way to spread pathogens. And now we know that the Mediterranean is full of rotavirus, for example, and no solution is already available for the rotavirus. Other pathogens would be also very. So aquaculture is a very, I agree, one of the possible, probably unique solutions to feed the world, mainly for fish, but you are also creating specific pathogens that are in every day undergoing mutations to escape vaccination and so on. And one of the worst nightmare that aquacultures have now are rotavirus. So I don't know, probably you are not really very in with your presentation with pathogens, but as far as you know, probably Margherita could also answer. Pathogens should be also considered when we are undertaking some attempts of phyto or bioremediation.
We have included also pathogens and also the natural microbiological organisms that are present in the fish, and we have measured. We have the collaboration with the biological department of our university, because the project is multi-departmental, many departments together, chemical department, agricultural department, biological department, and so on, and engineering department. And we have measured, and in the meantime that fish are in the systems, they are better by the point of view of microbiological quality.
Okay.
And the pathogens are not present, and they are controlled by the bioactive substances, that's the algae that are in the basin, that are studied, that are particular type of algae are producing. So at the moment, it seems that the system is good also for this.
So even the use of antibiotics will be reduced?
No, we don't use antibiotics at all.
Because the immunology of the fish using
No chemical substances at all.
and the other ends of this project was the reuse for every time of the same water source, because Sicily was heavily affected by dryness due to the climate change. So the first loss is the economical loss in the agriculture. So the same water transit used for irrigation is a precious
Fresh water cultivation or fresh water fish?
no, not artificial.
I mean, the fish we are talking about are marine fish or
It's fresh
water fish? Okay, fresh water.
Okay, and so we was able to make a very long disponibility of water for double use irrigation. After the irrigation,
it was tricky for me because
and it was the zootechnic.
Okay, then we will discuss, because we can discuss also the utility of the systems for the marine fish. We have think at all, but
I just wanted to say, I know that right now we're still facing quite challenges with farming fish. However, we need to look at what kind of technologies can really help us identify sick fish. So perhaps with the use of AI or machine learning to identify some of these problematic areas could be perhaps a mitigation solution. But thank you again for the great discussion. Okay, thank you. Good luck. Okay, our next discussion and next presenter is Mariachiara, and Margherita and his team. The presentation is relationship between eating habits, ulcerative colitis, and exposure to microplastics. Case control study preliminary results. Thank you.
This is a study similar, which I told you yesterday. Now, in this case, the schematic is okay? No. Now?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. I said that this study is control study similar to that I told you yesterday. The business is different because yesterday we spoke about colorectal cancer. Now we are speaking about the this is a lifelong inflammatory disease, and in the high prevalence, also high incidence, which increasing in time and worldwide. So we in this work studied the environmental factors. In particular, we consider the microplastics. And the iron, this is the same slide that I used yesterday. I think I will go on because in this day we spoke a lot about the plastics and also the effects, the effect. So if you agree, I will. Also the method. The method is the same, method to analyze and quantify the nanoplastics. So we developed to the results. Okay. First of all, I have to say that the sample was at a similar frequency between male and male, and among the cases we had the smallest, but here, almost 50% were explosives, and the cases used to drink more frequently tap water, but also used to heat food in plastic bag. And also heat food in microwave using these containers made. Also, in this case, we found that case had the higher level of microplastic in blood, and the control and the higher level of microplastic in cases, and the controls and also bigger microplastic than the case. And related to the we didn't found a correlation with the Ferrante index, that is index that we use in the equipment. I know you know is an index used to estimate the average diet. And there wasn't the correlation. Maybe it is unstable because we are exposed to not only the diet but also our source, for example, the iron, also the skin exposure. And so we need to look at the literature. I found interesting this review because summarize the characteristic of the microplastic that we about which we spoke yesterday. So I found to the information related to the pathology of the disease, intestinal wall disease. That is characterized by the physiologic microbiota, decreased molecular thickness, and decreased epithelial permeability, which trigger immune response activation. And as we saw yesterday, the inflammatory process is related with this problem. And also, we found anti-inflammatory cytokine that is reduced. The result is that there is a coincidence between the characteristic of this disease and the capacity of microplastic to act by impacting on the inflammatory process. In fact, the microplastics are able to exaggerate the damage to the intestinal barrier. For example, in these patients with inflammatory disease, and also in presence of epithelial injury, for example, related to lifestyle and age. So we can act on the age, but can act on the lifestyle, like I said yesterday. Moreover, the effect promoted for plastic particle passing through the intestinal roots and the epithelial cell layers, many inflammatory response of the other aspects that we have now involved So the conclusion, this was the whole PowerPoint. In the lesson, I concluded that we have to work in the next year. We have to work to limit the plastic use, but also to check when you use plastics and plastics to produce other things. We have to pay attention to the possible risk that these projects can impact on the health and on the environment. And I repeat, like I said yesterday, that it's our duty to adopt a healthy lifestyle because we cannot think that solve the problem and approach only by the policy. That is right, true, but also every single person has to impact to prevent the disease and to also to adopt a healthy lifestyle that is the best solution for the single person, but also for people, for the population, because if we have a problem, it has also an impact on the economic aspect. That is a complication for all the society, of course. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yes, more the question is a reflection that comes from for the debate of the last word. I make a comparison. I know that, for example, in phosphorus circularity in IT waste, like a group of research and develop like an index that you can, it's kind of a label for the products. When you buy, you know, for example, how much they are repairable, how much they are circular, and so on. Just it brings my mind that it would be interesting that the different type of plastic can be associated to a sort of labeling system that can help to assess also concordance with your study and so on, the level of impact on health.
So there is a record of European Union that give some suggestion about this. But we need to study the possible impact before we use it. So that is the same name for example, for the substance when you use a substance way to test before. It is not right to store after use the problem.
I have a question, and I know that you also presented similar work yesterday, but do we have any information on the population of your sample, if they were specific, each group live within a specific area, just to have an understanding of the lifestyle? And then also you looked at different stages of cancer.
Sure.
I'm wondering if it was like first stage, second, if there was any differences between them.
Sure. Really, probably I go to take that time, so I didn't explain well my work. This presentation is also that I made in a part of with the departmental project, and the project a questionnaire that give us the possibility to collect all this information, because it's clear that I can do a case for study without controlling for the content. So this is very interesting study, very interesting. But we are our sample, a bigger samples, and we are and the determination of the capacity are progress. So at the end, I had the possibility to make the sample also clarify the analysis, for example, difference between males and females, because in order to consider that it's the gender medicine So if I don't with the finance, I would highlight possible difference between the really, this time notice that in female has higher level of microplastic compared to male. But I expect this because in general, female have a body male have a body bigger than the male. So I need for example, if I put some salts in a bag or in a bigger amount of water, I have to be the same thing when I compare the male with the male, but not only for microplastics, also for metals, for other substances, they can. At the end, perhaps next year, I speak about some of the
No, quite very interesting, specifically because if you focus on different types of people from different cultures, they eat different food and different lifestyle, so you can definitely have a comparison of it in an overview. Thank you.
We have another member of my group. Sorry, today, or of my group. Great, it's my day, our day. And so we have Simona Giubanella, doctor specialized in preventive medicine, specialized in preventive medicine, and that are also psychoanalyst, so important their point of view, and she talked about analysis of the effect of war on climate and ecosystem and systematic review.
Thanks for the presentation, and I want to thank Professor Margherita Ferrante and Professor Gea Oliveri Conti for inviting me to participate in this interesting. The 2024 edition of the Global Risk Report has shown alarm about increasingly serious and interconnected crises that are affecting our planet, such as climate change and wars, in particular in Ukraine and the Middle East, where have a direct impact on our health and on the planet that we share. And the 21st century presents multiple challenges, many new and some already known, that pose potential global hazard to the environment and human health. But while the consequences of climate change are increasingly evident and well known, the influence of war on the environment and the human health is a less tangible and discussed, but equally relevant issue. To estimate the total greenhouse gas emission of global military is difficult due to underreporting and a significant data gaps. There is no mandatory report. And in 2015, the Paris Agreement made reporting of military emissions voluntary. And the total carbon footprint of military is about 5.5% of the total greenhouse emissions. Our research aimed to analyze the study literature that have investigated the possible effect of war on climate change and ecosystem to provide important contributions to understand these interconnected phenomena. Prisma procedures were followed to conduct a comprehensive research and assess the available data. We searched PubMed, Scopus, a Web of Science databases with a list of publication date from January 2000 to March 2024. And the result of the screening and the selection process are shown in Figure 1. The initial search generated 6,946 bibliographic studies. Finally, 9 studies were included in our review. The systematic review is currently under review. The following are the inclusion and exclusion criteria that we used to conduct our research. Our research was performed using this keyword: war and climate change impact, armed conflict and climate change. The systematic review project was registered in Prospero, and to our knowledge, this would be the first systematic review on the effects of war on climate change. The result of the studies indicate a startling pattern of environmental degradation associated with conflicts, such increased greenhouse gas emission, impact on air quality, and deforestation, which affect the environment and increase the risk of extreme weather events. These studies focus on the environmental impact of war. These studies highlight how war not only destroys human lives, but also the environment around us. As the studies indicate that environmental impacts such as conflict-induced deforestation and forest fires can exacerbate the effect of climate change and extreme events. And the loss of agricultural production and natural vegetation as fires can seriously affect food security and biodiversity, with a significant increase in burning areas. 6 studies focus on gas emission during armed conflict. The sky above us, which showed a symbol of purity and life, is filling up with polluted gases, and while the planet suffers in silence. The studies highlight the impact of war on carbon emission by examining changes in CO2 before and during the war. In the early years of the war, CO2 would significantly decline, but a prolonged war would result in carbon emission from the planet to increase. And the impacts of open conflict has major consequences in the combat zone. But it extends well beyond the time and the place of physical conflict, with increased unaccounted CO2 maintenance and NO emission. And due to the Russian invasion, there was a significant increase in tropospheric NO2 and CO2 concentration, which could result from fuel combustion used for military vehicles and survival. War activities led to an average increase in PM2.5 and NO2, and pollution exacerbated by war activity offered the air quality improvement observed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the increase in NO2 and PM2.5 were mostly related to war activities, as drilling and structural fires. These studies are an open food for our planet, which suffer the consequences of devastating the human choice. Wars not only cause human loss, destruction, and economic crisis, but also have a long-term impact on the environment, including climate change, and exacerbate environmental and social vulnerabilities, worsening living conditions. These effects last over time, leading to poverty, unemployment, and social inequality. At the environmental level, was contribute directly to greenhouse emission, but indirectly to the breakdown of environmental governance, which in turn slows down the transition to the green energy, and powers polluting practice. In fact, conflict and military activity often accelerate using the high-impact energy resources, intensifying air pollution. At present, only preliminary and acute impacts of the war are evident. Long-term impacts are still unknown and are going to be devastating and irreversible. This recent report, published last June, on the environmental situation and health risk in the Gaza Strip, provides terrifying data. Water and land are contaminated with heavy metal, all kinds of waste, asbestos, and numerous chemicals contained in detonated emission. In addition to the unexploded ordnance, particularly serious for children. Was collapse the health system. And we have a disruption of vaccination services, post-traumatic stress disorder, permanent disability, and new cases of eradicated disease, such as polio. And a long-term effect on our health, related to the exposure to pollutants such as cardiovascular, respiratory disease, and cancer. To address the impact of armed conflict on the environment and society, a coordinated response involving both international institutions and the local community is essential. Investing in conflict prevention and supporting affected population is necessary to mitigate damage and improve resilience to climate change and humanitarian crises. Conflict management policies must consider not only the political and military aspects, but also the environmental and social aspects. Wars destroy human life, destroys human rights, promote violence, cause profound direct and indirect consequences on people's health. It is important that healthcare is in principle anti-war. Despite the enormous impact of war, the global public health is poorly prepared to mitigate the outcome of war. And the healthcare should globally recognize war as a global public emergency. And we need a preventive strategies. We need a powerful voice to say, stop war. And a concrete commitment to building a safer and just world for all, because the only truly affect your well-being. And this is because that we did not.
What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables many nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.
Thanks for
without well, I have a word. My word is thank you. Thank you. And for a moment I exit from the role chair or whatever, because it's an honor to have such starting this conference. It was not so trivial, okay? And but yeah, we are talking about One Earth, climate change, so on and so forth. And I appreciate this work for two reasons. One is because, yes, as scientists, we cannot stay in our bubble, and we also understand which is the historical moment that we are living. And of course, I will say other words regarding that, but you are saying. And secondly, because also as a scientist and also as a person that is very committed to climate change, these 2 years, 3 years, I see this phenomenon. No? In the newspaper, in the public opinion, climate change was like the main title of the Europe since 2 years ago. Suddenly it disappeared. It disappeared. And the new trend, the new fashion is just war. Not war in a sense of resolution, but like more strategy, tactics, no? With the winner, with the best mover, and so on and so forth. And nothing is like opening the eyes and saying, so we were talking about climate change a few days before, and more, do you think that there is like nothing against climate change? So crazy, no? So really thank you, and thank you for presenting this work at the conference, and also let's for us talk about these two problems. Okay? So thank you. That I don't have
No, I just want to say thank you again for your presentation. I think that, you know, as scientists, as researchers, we cannot ignore what is happening around the world. And I think that, you know, your presentation brings light and also voices to those that cannot speak, right? So it's about making sure no one is left behind. So I think that we need to remind ourselves why we're researchers, why we're scientists, and in a way we cannot move forward if we don't consider, you know, the environment, biodiversity, as well as all types of humans from around the world, right? And so right now we're here at the One Health Conference with researchers and in the medical industry as well. And so what can we do together, right, to make sure that we advocate for everyone, and that is including animals and everyone, every population around the world. So I appreciate your how direct and how you are advocating for everything that is happening right now. So thank you again.
The data, we say that 5%. You say that probably 5% of the greenhouse emission. No? For me, was shocking because now I come from the healthcare, no hospital itself. These are two good figures to remember, no? Hospitals themselves are probably, they'll get beyond 5, 4.7, 5, 4.5. We would benchmark, no, threshold. So first of all, hospitals cannot have themselves more than the war industry, no? We have to reduce hospitals because we are the one that we have to treat. Second of all, shame on the governments for not reporting the data, and it's a way of pressure, no? It has to be reduced. The same way that there were some movements against nuclear, doctors for nuclear wars, and for the Nobel Prize movement, no? I think that well understood. If the pressure to the right governments, not all the governments are equal, really. It's push, these governments could press other governments to reckon, and that's a crime against humanity to start a war because it triggers also the all the other efforts. No? So I think some of these data could be interesting, and some of your studies could be followed, no, in that sense. And many now directors of hospitals that are just in the last 2-3 years, before now, taking the lead and showing their slides. Hey, my hospital has this, no, greenhouse emission, whatever. It could be a good way to convince them to us to look, but our industry is almost the same as weapons. And pressure from hospital directors can also affect politicians. No? So I think it's important to leave everything in the center. Congratulations again. Thank you very much.
And it's perfectly in time with what was said during the World Health Summit. I had the privilege to be in Berlin last week before coming here, and Dr. Tedros in his speech opening saying that the first medicine is health, and there's no health without peace. The first medicine is peace, and there's no health without peace. And it was said just a few days ago, so it's perfectly in time on your presentation. And I think that's a solution, what we can do to be outspoken. I think that this is like a big issue in communication. Scientific communication is a problem. We have seen that during the COVID pandemic, and this dismantling the trust in science, because sometimes scientists are too close to their labs and they are leaving space to others, let's say just others. And so the point is like, we need to be outspoken, we need to be, we need to use the means of communication that are now in the 21st century best to fight against the misinformation.
Well, at all.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, so I think we can definitely end, but we had a lot of great presentations from the importance of climate change, how it's impacting human health, but not only that, protecting world peace around the world and how that's connected to everything that we face today, that is our lifestyle, our food, what we intake, biodiversity in our ecosystems. But in the end, it's about coming together, right? We're coming from different interdisciplinary backgrounds. So if we come together, develop projects that are, let's say, more efficient, cost-effective, and also consider vulnerable communities along the way, I think that there's a lot that we can do together. And I just want to end it there. The presentation that was just recently given, I think it was the best way to end this session. So I want to thank you again for that. I think it's in everyone's mind that we definitely need overall peace in order to move forward. And we need peace in order to have health around the world. And what is best is coming together as a scientific community and creating awareness, right? And
using our own skills, our own networks, our own spaces in order to bring us all closer to a healthy planet. So thank you again, everyone.
Technical, we will reply that +2, so I have a division.
Related to okay, just few minutes of patient and we can start. No. Okay, so welcome back to the Third International One Health Conference. So we are gonna go to the last domain, last area and track of the conference. That is mitigate community-related vulnerability and risk. So we'll start with the part of the risk, as we did this morning. And for this, I'll give the floor, starting with our keynotes speaker. I will give the floor to Professor Kitanga Simbarashe. I don't know if it is connected. I'll stop sharing. Professor Simbarashe, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you for being with us. I will give you the floor for perform your keynote. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Can you confirm that you can see my screen?
See, we can see your screen. If you can share, okay. Now we can see now the double screen mode. If you can share just single screen.
Okay, let me.
Perfect. Now we see the screen. Okay. Perfect. Perfect.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. As mentioned, my name is Simbarashe Kitanga. I'm based at the University of Namibia. I'm going to give my presentation, which is titled Climate Change and its Health Impacts on the SADC region. This is basically a clarion call for One Health approach to vector-borne pathogen surveillance. So climate change is defined as long-term shifts in temperature across and weather patterns across geographical locations, and typically is characterized by frequent flooding, drought, and within the SADC region, lately we are witnessing snowfalls in regions where previously these were not reported. This causes disruption of food systems and increases in disease incidences, impacting the health of the humans, the environment, and the animals. Within the SADC region, we have seen that we bear one of the greatest burdens of the impact of climate change, despite Africa being one of the least contributors to climate change. And typical examples of extreme weather events we've witnessed are tropical cyclones, which have caused devastating flooding, and the typical examples being Cyclone Idai of 2019, as well as Cyclone Freddy of 2023, which affected most of Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. On its own, Cyclone Idai is estimated to have caused damages amounting to over 3.3 billion, with over 1,500 fatalities reported. And Cyclone Freddy caused over 1,400 fatalities. The challenges which come with flooding are that there is basically threefold. There is infrastructure destruction of crops, and an increase in the transmission of waterborne pathogens. The destruction of infrastructure includes destruction of roads and also destruction of health facilities. And the destruction of health facilities results in reduced access to healthcare amongst the affected communities. And a study done in the northern part of Namibia in 2015 showed a direct causal effect of flooding on non-adherence to ARVs and TB medication, and this results in unfavorable health outcomes in the affected individuals, as well as enhanced transmission. The 2022 to 2023 outbreak of cholera in Malawi was also as a result of a previous flooding event that had occurred. In this year of 2024, the region is under severe drought, and this has led to massive crop failure and subsequent hunger, with an estimated 68 million people considered at risk of malnutrition and or starvation. And this has resulted in the declaration of drought as a national health disaster in Malawi, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And droughts also tend to devastate and disseminate livestock populations, wildlife populations. And one of the things that also occurs during drought events is that there is loss of watering points for animals, and this results in the congregation and interaction between wildlife and livestock. And this enhances transmission of such pathogens as foot and mouth disease, which have got a significant economic impact due to limitations with trade when you have the disease in the livestock. And also, we tend to realize frequent outbreaks of anthrax during periods of drought when animals congregate at watering points. And this is generally noticed to the first deaths of hippos in the river system. And this has also been shown, especially in Zambia, that this get transmitted to human beings through consumption of infected meat. WHO has produced this program, this image, which shows the health impacts of climate change. And as you can see, climate change has got an impact on a number of systems. But this talk, I'm going to restrict myself to the WAS, which have got One Health impacts, mainly focusing on waterborne pathogens, zoonosis, and more specifically, the vector-borne pathogens. This is not to belittle the other risks, but just that this talk is going to be more focused. In the African context, the One Health challenges can be broadly classified as those which have got an endemic potential and those which have got either pandemic or epidemic potential. And it is key that these are segregated in the discussions. And this is because more commonly, attention is drawn to those which have got pandemic or epidemic potential. And these include Ebola, Marburg, monkeypox, Crimean Congo, and cholera. Less attention is, however, paid to the endemic ones, and these include human African trypanosomiasis, brucellosis, schistosomiasis, leptospirosis, malaria, cysticercosis, and to an extent, Rift Valley fever. These endemic vector-borne pathogens are the ones which sadly affect the most vulnerable of our communities, causing significant health impacts in those communities. And unfortunately, these are the ones that are neglected. And these are also very much directly under the impact of climate change because a number of them are vector-borne. Globally, vector-borne pathogens contribute to at least 700,000 deaths annually, and the convergence of climate change and vector-borne diseases is seen or has resulted in an emergence or re-emergence of a number of vector-borne pathogens. And this is due to the climatic change influence on the vector themselves, where the climate impacts the survival of the vector, the reproductive capacity of the vector, the vectorial capacity, and their competence to act as vectors for various pathogens. But more commonly, what is being shown now is there is a change in the distribution of these vectors. And this is due to the creation of microclimatic environments in which these vectors thrive and pathogen transmission can occur. And the effect of this is that there is an increase in the risk of exposure of pathogens to human beings. And we're now seeing where there is outbreaks of diseases when there is a shift in the geographic range of a vector, because the population which is there is probably naive to the pathogen which is transmitted, that there is no immunity. And these communities are being exposed to this pathogen for the first time. And this can manifest in an outbreak form. Also, this shift in the geographic range sometimes has resulted in the health systems in the new areas not being prepared for this pathogen because it was not previously reported in that area. And this also now results in greater spread and more severe health harms in the individuals because the health system is not equipped to deal with the pathogen at that particular time. A number of risk factors abound which make some of the resource-limited communities vulnerable to vector-borne pathogens under the influence of climate change. And the loss of land productivity, which actually is a result of, partly a result of climate change, has led to an increased demand for agricultural land, and this has resulted in community encroachment into previously uninhabited areas. And this results in generally a high vector contact that's predisposing the population to infection. Agricultural practices such as livestock production and the movement with the livestock in search of pasture because of the shortage of pasture because of these climatic changes has resulted in a much closer interaction between human beings and animals, thus enhancing transmission of zoonotic pathogen, or basically enhancing zoonotic pathogen spillover. One of the main challenges in these resort-limited settings, which further predisposes these communities to disease, is number one, poverty, but also the unrecognized transmission which occurs in these areas due to limited access to healthcare and diagnostic facilities. And as a result, the diseases are generally reported when they have now in an outbreak form, when more people and within community transmission has occurred. And this then makes it difficult to trace the index case, which is one of the things which is important in terms of trying to prevent future outbreaks by determining what were the risk factors that resulted in the spillover of the pathogen, either from the animals or from the vectors into the human population. In order to meet these challenges that are faced by the resource-limited communities, one of the ways in which this can be done is to adopt a One Health approach. Basically, a One Health approach, in simple terms, is basically an integrated human environment, animal surveillance, and response system. And this surveillance is key for early detection of disease threats and the introduction of public health measures to protect the communities. And this should just go beyond just determining the disease presence, but should include ecological studies of the pathogens and their vectors to determine how this interaction is impacting the vectors and their behavior, and also including anthropological studies which will factor in the human behavior, which also act as risk factors for disease transmission. What we notice within the region is that there's quite a number of studies which are done, basically looking at surveys which are done looking for the presence of the pathogen, but the data is never really aggregated into and discussed with different disciplines to come up with good measures of control. And this basically now what we are calling for is for different disciplines to work together, where data from different players can be put together and used to develop disease models, which allow us to predict potential hotspots, therefore allowing for the implementation of public health measures before the disease outbreaks occur. The WHO has said that the detection of emerging pathogens in animals substantially reduces the control and disease management costs. Therefore, surveillance in animals and vectors should actually prioritize a zoonotic pathogen mapping in order to develop these predictive models. There are a number of cases of outbreaks where if there had been integration between the human health and animal health, disease outbreaks could have been averted. And examples include the Rift Valley fever outbreak in Mauritania, as well as the Q fever outbreak in the Netherlands. Integrated genomic surveillance should also be implemented within the region. This should target zoonotic pathogens with high spillover risk and the vector-borne pathogens, especially now looking at these vector-borne viruses, the arboviruses, as well as detection of emerging pathogens. And this should be key in communities where there is increased interaction between humans, animals, and vectors. The global vector control response 2017-2030 actually calls for the strengthening of vector management through increased capacity, improved surveillance, better coordination, and integrated actions across different sectors. And this is basically a call for a One Health approach when dealing with vector-borne pathogens. It is also key to introduce One Health education within our curricula within the region in order to create a cadre who understands that human health is part of an integrated approach to ensure that we have health population. We need to work across disciplines, because what happens in one discipline generally then tends to impact human health. One of the ways this can be done is to introduce case studies within the undergraduate programs where the students now have to work across different disciplines to deal with a particular case and present such a case. And this already reinforces the idea in these young upcoming professionals that in order to ensure the health of a population, they need to work across disciplines. I'll end my presentation with this quote from the Director General of WUA, who said, "It is everyone's health, and together we can find concrete solutions for a healthier and more sustainable world." I think it is time, when considering vector-borne pathogens which affect the poorest of our communities mostly, that a One Health approach be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. So we're going to hold the questions for after. So I think the next presenter is Dr. Walter Polina from the Department of Epidemiology from the region of Sicily. Are you online? Dr. Polina?
Yes, good afternoon. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So whenever you're ready, feel free to share your screen. Thank you again for joining us.
Okay, just need to
we can see your screen.
Okay, you can see?
Yes.
So, like to say, I work to the Regional Department of Epidemiology, and the Regional Observatory focus our work on promoting appropriate tools for central and peripheral epidemiological observation to understand the health condition of the population and their determinant. The surveillance and the prevention system for the effect of the heat wave in one of the activities in the regional prevention plan, and we aimed at mitigating the health effect during excessive heat period. So this is improved principle to the regional guidelines that are written based on guidelines established by the Ministry of Health. To the criteria of this guideline are approved by specific regional administrative provision. They are not strict regulation, but rather a set of recommendations based on scientific evidence and available operational experiences. The principal act is the link with the municipal civil protection, where the intervention plans are regularly revised to align with the last ministerial directives. The action are tailored according to the alert level report by the national system, and this group are created to organize and coordinate intervention in the territory effectively. So we have coordination and collaboration with the social and voluntary association, local association. At the end, we can produce a list of the susceptible subjects with two individuals, people with high vulnerable exposure, using current administrative data. Usually, we have hospitalization data. So this is the fire and earth wave warning. This is this bulletin is published every day and coverage through the regional territory is an important issue to keep the public information, and it's based of the weather condition. It's not only the weather temperature. We just considered all other variable as percent relative humidity or the wind direction to be a valid reference for the municipalities that are not covered by the national alarm system. So we can see some result of the weather condition in Italy. The alert days, we consider level 2 and 3 of the health scale of the health warning system. For city covered averaged 17 days, ranging from a minimum of 8 to a maximum of 31 days. This is the higher than in previous years, particularly in the central Italy, where the average number of alert days reached not max than 20 days, is the highest in recent years. We can see the progression in all the time. So we have longer in duration occurring from July to 10 July to 25 July, primarily affecting the central south region. The second night wave is spanning from the mid-July and the end of the month, impacting most cities from the country. In this map, we can see what is the situation in Sicily in summer 2023. We can see for each month and for the three metropolitan cities of Sicily, Messina, Catania, and Palermo, every day of the high risk status. And we can see like the middle of July is we have in all the metropolitan city a continuous high risk period. Our plan is based about the raising awareness of the risk linked to the excessive exposure to ultraviolet ray. The program the action is improved around the security and then the survey of the health of people working and consumer by continuous information, especially young and old people. There are many meetings in community like school, working area, and center for care and public health. We can assure that at the end of the years we must coverage more than 80% of local health service to be sure that all population is informed about this risk. Now we can see some example of local meeting with the local volunteers organization. This is all for my presentation. I want to say thank you to Margherita Ferrante for all the project that we are trying to do in One Health approach using the National Planetary Fund and a National Complementary Fund to the PNRR program, European program, that we are just working, linking pollution, health, and climate change. Thank you for attention.
Okay, we're gonna take some questions. Do we have any questions from the audience for both of our speakers? Okay, we have a question.
Actually, I have two questions, one for the first keynote and another one for the second. First of all, thank you, thank you for your presentation because it's been very enlightening, and so also regarding risk connected to community. These are like interesting point of view to understand how to assess the risk that is, as we addressed this morning, is a complicated issue. So to the first keynote, I want to ask, you talk about the vector-borne disease, and yesterday we had an interesting discussion about mosquitoes, no? Which is the right approach to address mosquito, if like to just, you can say, try eradicate or not use this term eradicate, but just manage, because in any case, they are part of the ecosystem. And if you want to foster an One Health approach, it's important to understand that also vector-borne are part of the ecosystem. I want to ask your point of view, also from your direct experience. It's a pleasure to have you here, a professor from Namibia, because I think that nobody more than you can also give a direct experience of this topic. So this is the question for the first keynote speaker. The second, for the second keynote speaker, is about heat waves and green areas. If you have some evidence and so on about the limit, like the improvement of situation regarding heat waves when there are green areas into the urban space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. If I can start with the first one. Yes, I think eradication is really a big ask at this moment for elimination. And this is because that generally just creates another problem. Something else will come and take over, and the transmission will still occur. And also the mosquitoes, like you rightly said, are part of the ecosystem. I think one of the things that needs to be done is really strengthening health systems and understanding the risk factors that predispose to community, and then engage these communities with community education. What we are witnessing in Namibia is there was a time when the trend of mosquito incidence was going down, but then last year there was a huge outbreak. And one of the things that is happening is there's a change in seasonality of transmission, which is occurring, and that's the first thing. So traditionally, the control measures were focused at a particular period, but there is now a change. There's also a change in the mosquito behavior and also the species which are now predominant in terms of transmission. The most common method of control is the indoor residual, but now we have the outside biting mosquitoes, for which this method is not effective. So what is key really to protect the communities is to do constant surveillance and understand the transmission dynamics so that the health measures which are on the ground being implemented are really up to date and cater for what is happening at that particular time. Thank you.
Thank
you. Yes, for my question, can I answer? Yes, we are working with the local stakeholders to integrate the work of the municipalities with the identification with the health areas in the city, and to try to program the future investment to mitigate the local health big height temperature.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions? Okay, so if there's no other questions, we will move on to our presenters for the next session. Okay, do we have Alessio Facciola? Okay, great. All right. Him and his team will be presenting in vitro neurotoxic effects of the exposure to micro and nanoplastics. Whenever you're ready, we're pulling up now your presentation.
Yes.
All right, we can give Dr. Facciola a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers of this wonderful meeting for this opportunity, big opportunity to speak. And the topic of my presentation is in vitro neurotoxic effects of the exposure to micro and nanoplastics. In these days, we talked a lot about microplastics and nanoplastics. This is the list of my presentation. We talked a lot because plastic is one of the most common and highly produced material worldwide. For many different reasons. Someone in these days said that it's practically impossible only to think to live without plastic. So we have to learn to live together with this material. And especially because it's very easy to manufacture, it has a low cost of production and purchase, of course, and to buy. And it's an extremely ductile material, and it's practically usable in any human field. So our life is practically surrounded by plastic items, starting from childhood. And we have different plastic polymers, of course, polyethylene terephthalate, polyethylene high density, polyethylene polyvinyl chloride. And plastic is highly produced worldwide. Asia is responsible for the half of the production of plastic, and China, in this case, is responsible for the production of almost the 30% of all the plastic annually produced worldwide, followed by European countries and North American countries. For all this reason, the environment is, of course, this material is very common in the environment. This is the environmental destiny of plastic materials. We talked about microplastics and nanoplastics because in the environment, following to a wrong disposal of these items, plastics undergo to a natural process of degradation in smaller particles, mesoplastics, microplastics, and nanoplastics, and at the same time to a natural oxidation and process that is able to turn these particles particularly reactive to link different other pollutants, heavy metals, and particulate matter, also bacteria and microorganisms in general. And for these reasons, human beings are continuously and commonly exposed to these pollutants, especially via ingestion of contaminated water and food, and especially by inhalation. And inhalation is particularly important to think about a potential and a possible neurotoxicity of these particles, because like other airborne pollutants, also microplastics and nanoplastics are able to reach directly brain through the olfactive ways, through the nose. And for these reasons, we can think that together with other pollutants, they can be responsible for this neurodegenerative effect. For this reason, we decided to study the cytotoxicity, the neurotoxicity of these materials in a standard laboratory system. The SH-SY5 cells that are neuroblastoma, human neuroblastoma-derived cells, and we use a different concentration of both microplastics and nanoplastics, both virgin and after an homemade oxidation process through a temperature of 80 degrees for 2 hours to mimic the natural conditions, because it's very common, this last situation, so the exposure to these oxidized particles. And then after the exposure, we performed a series of laboratory tests, especially an MTTSA, in order to evaluate cytotoxicity, general cytotoxicity, the use of the probe acrid in orange in order to evaluate the damage to the lysosomal compartments, the acidic cellular compartments, then the use of the probe dichlorofluorescein to evaluate the ROS overproduction, that is commonly the most important mechanisms of toxicity of plastics, microplastics and nanoplastics. Then the use of rhodamine 123 to evaluate the mitochondrial damage, essentially the mitochondrial transmembrane potential, and then finally the genotoxicity through comet assay and the detection of the concentration, the amount of the 8-oxo-desoxyguanosine. This was the result of the first results about cytotoxicity, general cytotoxicity. MTT showed that we used a different concentration, and we had an important biological gradient, dose response effect, and in this case, highest concentration were more active than lowest concentration, of course. And we didn't observe statistically significant differences between microplastics and nanoplastics, but in general, we can say that oxidized particles were more effective than virgin particles. And this finding was confirmed also by the other tests. And for example, concerning to the damage to lysosomal compartment, we observed the difference between nanoplastics and microplastics. Nanoplastics were more effective because we assume that due to the dimension, the diameter of these particles are able to enter inside the cells to engulf the phagolysosomal compartments and then to cause the damage in the cells. In this case, oxidized nanoparticles were more effective than virgin nanoparticles. Differently from other, I don't know, because there's a problem in the visualization. Okay. Then we had the other results about the ROS overproduction. According to ROS overproduction, we observed a highest effect by microplastic, and especially after 1 hour to exposure, because we can assume that microplastics are able especially to cause a surface damage, differently from nanoplastics. And nanoplastics were more effective after 3 hours of exposure. This result is also confirmed by the potential transmembrane, the mitochondrial potential transmembrane, because all these effects are the consequences of the ROS overproduction induced by micro and nanoplastics. And the same thing we can say about genotoxicity. Genotoxicity was established with comet assay in order to assess the DNA fragmentation and by DNA oxidation, evaluating the amount of the 8-oxo-desoxyguanosine. Also, in this case, microplastics was more effective and oxidized particles was more effective than virgin plastics. So, lastly, we can say that in conclusion, we can say that microplastics and nanoplastics are very, very important pollutants, natural pollutants present in any environmental matrices, and human beings are continuously exposed. So these particles have been studied under different conditions, and especially these conditions of neurotoxicity can be particularly studied in order to understand a potential role in the onset of neurodegenerative diseases together with other pollutants. In our experiments, these pollutants were able to induce cytotoxicity, to induce lysosomal, mitochondrial, and genotoxic damage. We can say that oxidized particles showed the highest effects, mimicking the situation, the natural situation, and natural conditions. And neurotoxic damage could be added to the damage to the other pollutants. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions? Okay, we have a question. Can we have the microphone?
Thank you, Alessio. Sorry for the problem, but
sorry.
I
tried to.
Your presentation is very, very amazing. And I have seen that you have treated at 80 degrees centigrade for 2 hours.
Yes.
This is important because
to mimic
you
natural
demonstrated
conditions.
that the natural circle of the plastic is important to give more dangerous to the plastics.
Yes.
But, because you have chosen 80 degrees centigrade in 2 hours.
Because we found these conditions in other literature data, other literature papers, and we used the same conditions found in other. And we tried also other situations, other conditions, but we can observe a result, an important result with these conditions. So we decided to follow this. Yes.
All right, any other questions? Okay, we can give a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we would like to call our next speaker, Lorenzo Gianquintieri. He's going to present a geospatial data processing framework for quantitative assessment of environmental impact on human health. Lorenzo, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by introducing myself. I am Lorenzo Gianquintieri. And I am working as a researcher at the Polytechnic University of Milan as a biomedical engineer. So why is a biomedical engineer here talking about One Health? Well, biomedical engineering is not only about building prostheses, but is about applying the engineering techniques to support health and healthcare as well. So in this session, we are talking about reducing risk, reducing vulnerability. What is the engineering approach? Well, what we do is to measure the phenomenon. This is what engineers do, right? That's why I'm talking about quantitative assessment. It's just a little bit of a more verbose way to say measuring something. And I am not here to present a specific case study, but I am here to present a framework. So it's more about the methodology and the approach that we are trying to use to address this issue. So I can go fast with this first part because we all agree, we are all on the same page saying that environment is one of the major driver of human health. I am reporting a statistic of 10%. We had different measures in these days, but still we know that environment is a major issue for health. And it is manifold. We have air pollution, we have heat waves, we have noise, we have light. It is really a manifold problem. And we also discussed in this day that, for example, air pollution, particulate matter does not only impact lungs and the cardiovascular system, but mental health, renal health. So basically, all systems of the human body are affected by air pollution. The specific research gap that we are trying to address is that there is a lot of knowledge, although we saw in these days that there is still a lot of studies to be conducted about the pathophysiology, the pathophysiological mechanism of how the environment impacts the health. A little bit less studied is the population scale assessment. So looking at a whole territory, at a whole population, and try to model, to measure the risk and the vulnerability. This is what we are trying to do, and we frame this approach in the term health geomatics. So geomatics is the science of processing geographical data, georeference data. We have specific software for that, Geographic Information System, which I am glad is another topic that was already treated during these days. When we apply this methodology to health and healthcare related data, this is what we call health geomatics. But in particular, we are trying to move a step forward and insert this into the methodology of data science. So what is data science? We all deal with data, right? So some people think that is just a modern way to call statisticians. It's a little bit more complex than that, because data science is always based on domain knowledge. So what is traditional research? It is crossed with a lot of mathematics and statistics. This is what really distinguishes a good data scientist from not a good data scientist. The knowledge of the mathematics and the statistics that is behind what? The computer science, so machine learning. At the cross of this discipline is data science. So this is us, and this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to crossing public health, medical statistics, geomatics, and data science, in order, in particular, to infer what is the impact of environment on human health. What I want to talk about are the main challenges, which are mainly related to the data for this approach. First of all, the availability of sanitary data. We know that those are sensitive data, so it's not easy to have access to high quality sanitary data. Availability of environmental data. So yes, now we have satellite imagery, so the situation is getting better and better, but still it might not be easy to find the right data. And by right, I mean with the right spatial and temporal granularity. If I want to assess the impact of an heat wave, I cannot use sanitary data that are averaged over a year. You know that I am losing the statistical relationship in this way. So data must be of the right spatial and temporal granularity for my purpose. Data quality. So we know that these kind of data are not always collected for scientific purposes. So there may be big issue of data quality. And then we have the actual modeling part. So models must be effective, replicable, and also interpretable. And this is one of the greatest challenges when it comes to artificial intelligence or machine learning. Just a couple of examples to clarify what I mean. One of the most common tasks that we have in this field is to transform discrete data into continuous data. For pollution, for example, this is a representation of the monitoring stations for the urban metropolitan area of Milan. We have some stations, but we want to infer the data on the whole territory. We have different options. For example, inverse distance weighting is one of the most commonly applied models to transform discrete data into continuous data. But we also have Kriging interpolation or template spline. And you can see by this map how different are the results. So you can imagine how sensitive is this choice for the information that you are trying to infer. So it must not be taken lightweighted. You have to put a lot of attention into the choice of the right model. Of course, in this case, data can be validated. You can perform sensitivity analysis and decide which techniques is working better. But there is not one single solution that fits all the case studies. So that's what I want to drive your attention to. One other very common task is to represent green areas. We know that green areas have a positive effect on health. So, for example, we have Copernicus service. By Copernicus, we can find grass cover, woods cover, tree density, but we also have local data. It's really difficult to use this remote. Now I understand all the troubles that we are having. We also have local data. So, for example, land cover and land use. Many different data sources representing not the same information, but different shades of the same information. And what I want is to have a compact representation on a single area, because I want to infer knowledge on that specific area. So I have somehow to collect all this information, combine them, and I have different options. I can just process them geographically and have like the percentage of cover of the different data sources that I have. Or I can combine them into a unique indicator. Or for example, principal component analysis to reduce the dimension of the number of features that I am considering. Once again, one problem, many different solutions, and not one single solution that fits all the cases. That's the challenge that we are facing for this kind of analysis. And that is only about data pre-processing, so getting my data ready for analysis. After that, I can begin with the actual modeling. So in particular, in this field, the most widely applied model is the DLNM, Distributed Lag Nonlinear Model. It has become the reference gold standard in order to quantify and model the risk specifically related to temperature. So when you read publications saying, like in the summer of 2022, we had 1,000 excess deaths for it, this kind of information, 99% of the cases, is inferred with this modeling. It's very powerful. I unfortunately do not have the time to go into detail. It's very robust from a statistical point of view because it is based on a mathematical modeling, very accurate. It also embeds the possibility to consider confounding factors, to consider interaction factors, to consider in time component. But the problem is that despite being widely adopted, it is quite complex. So being that complex, it is based on very strong assumptions. It is heavily from a computational point of view, and also it is kind of hard to interpret. So that's why research is moving towards new possibility, in particular, what are called data-driven approaches, especially when they are empowered with geospatial modeling. So we are applying explicitly spatial models, which can take into account the distribution on the space of the phenomenon. In this way, we are capable of inferring information that is more flexible, more scalable, and also more interpretable, especially when we apply explainable AI. So we use machine learning or artificial intelligence algorithms, which can be explained. In that case, we do not only have the possibility to use the model that we fit on other territories where we do not have the data, but we can also exploit the capabilities of the algorithm itself to analyze the single features, looking how each feature is used into the training of the model. So in this way, we can have a priority ranking of what are the factors that are impacting the most vulnerability or risk of a certain sanitary outcome. So some conclusive remarks. First of all, always care the bottleneck of spatial temporal granularity. And in my experience, usually this is related to sanitary data. And in particular, well, you have the trade-off. Either your data are very granular from a spatial point of view or from a temporal point of view. Having both is super hard. Focus most efforts on the structuring of data. Now we have this kind of trend about modeling, very complex modeling, but a model is as good as the data that came into the model. So most of the efforts for this framework of analysis should be spent on the preparation of data to be sure that the information is structured in the right way. Be aware of the approximation. So we saw, for example, that the epilation of pollution data, this is introducing an approximation. We must be aware of how detailed and accurate is our model. Choose the model on the basis of your objectives and not on the basis of fashion. Now we are all talking about deep learning, neural networks, but it's not always the best choice. In most cases, you may want to apply a simpler model, which, however, is more interpretable, so you can infer more information. That's my invitation, and with this, I have concluded, so thank you for your attention.
Great presentation. Do we have any questions? Okay, can we have the mic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and amazing presentation. And I want to ask you, what do you think about the feasibility and also especially the validity of the data that are extrapolated by provisional models?
So about forecasting.
Yes.
To be completely honest, I'm a little bit skeptical about forecasting because in my experience, models are always very performant on data that are similar or coming from the same context for the training. But when you try to apply on external data, which may be related to a different territory or, as in this case, to a different temporal span, then the performance of the model decreases. Like I can tell you one anecdote to explain this a little bit. For example, for weather forecast, one of the models that you can use is the dummy prevision. So same weather as the previous day. You can discover that you can implement neural networks, deep learning neural networks, which have a performance that is lower compared to the dummy forecast. So just same weather as the previous day. So we have to be very careful about the possibility of forecasting and about the metrics that we use to evaluate the forecasting. So yes, I'm a little bit skeptical. Still, it really depends on the quality of the input data. If the input data are of high quality, very representative, then we can have good forecast.
Do we have any other questions? Okay.
I have a question. Thank you very much for the presentation. But you mentioned something about structured data, that it's obvious that we need to unify it, of course, to being able to interpret it and get the good results that we want. So there, is it maybe included in your plan or in this, in this software, maybe to do some capacity building to the users to do how to collect data, and maybe this further could be used even for citizen science for other people to use it and reproduce it. What do you think about it?
Ideal scenario, not to be seen anytime soon, in my opinion. First of all, because data collection, as I said, are not often thought for scientific purposes, but for administrative or operative purposes. So it's almost impossible to set some common conventions for the collection of the data. We have to work with what we have as scientists. So we can work on the pre-processing part. So we start from what we have and we transform it into our structure. So what we can do as scientists is to define what is the input structure of my framework. Then there will always be a part of, let's say, manual transformation from the original data to the structure that I want to use. And about citizen science, it's absolutely an amazing field which we have to explore and expand. But for the moment, I think is not ready for an accurate use, especially for environmental assessment.
I have a question. So as of now, in order for local governments to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals, they have to follow a set of indicators, right? And so I think a lot of local governments are dealing with the fact of missing data, lack of data, and specifically in vulnerable communities. I know that you identified a couple indicators. How did you select those indicators, and what are your thoughts regarding the data gap?
Okay, as I said, it is really depending on the case study. So it is very difficult to have one solution that fits all cases. For example, one of the problems that we have with sanitary data, I collaborate with the provider of emergency medical services. So we have very high spatial granularity, very high temporal granularity, because we have the coordinates and the time of intervention of the event, but we do not have an official diagnosis. So there is always one part of the puzzle that is missing, and we have to cope with that and try to adapt to the best of the possibility. But once again, it really depends on the single cases. It would be good to have some attention from the governments, from the institutions, of the importance of data. We are living in the data era. So if governments will be more sensitive to that and really put some efforts, and by efforts, I mean resources, into constructing structured data collection campaigns, then we can improve this part. And that's, what is not working currently. We are developing a lot about modeling, but that can only be applied where data are automatically available. Like, I don't know, to measure the performance of a lithium battery. In that case, you have all the sensors, the electronics that can give you accurate data ready to analysis. When it comes to the human society and the environment, we do not have that kind of sensors. Satellite imagery is somehow compensating, but not enough. So it's really important that governments put some efforts into that.
No, absolutely. I think a hybrid approach of, understanding the perceptions through surveys, but also satellite imagery, and cities are not static, right? They're always evolving. So I think that we need to move in the direction of technologies that can allow us to understand cities in a real-time way, right? So moving into this world of big data and how we can, as scientists, use some of these different tools.
So super quick final remark. One other possibility is generative AI. So we know generative AI for text production and chatbots, but generative AI can also be used to infer data where we do not have measurement tools. So this is another opportunity for the future at the moment.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Okay, we have one more question.
Regarding the Copernicus data, and how in one square, 1 kilometer, 1 mile, you have a lot of
5 kilometers.
5 kilometers. You have a lot of data there, For example, you have then in Milano, in Barcelona, for example, Barcelona in IS Global.
Yeah, worldwide.
Worldwide. But we have the data of physical sensors for NO2 pollution of some specific place. But you have from Copernicus data of 5 kilometers. Yeah. And I have the impression that you have a lot of data that is not used by the authorities. And the authorities don't know how to collaborate with you, the Copernicus people, And the Copernicus people in the European Space Agency, they don't know how to cooperate with the local authorities. So how do you see that?
No, this is changing. I am involved in one project with these specific goals, in particular with Gemetics, which is a company located in Rome, which won a call from ESA in order to produce some pilots that are specifically for that. So trying to understand how public authorities can use European Space Agency data. So this is changing. As always, we need a little bit of time, but there are resources, investments, and projects specifically on that.
Okay, thank you very much to our presenter. We're going to move on to our next presenter, Antonio Lagagna. He will be presenting the pro-inflammatory potential of respirable micro and nano polystyrene plastics, a risk for lung health. So please give a warm welcome to Antonio.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank the Congress organizers for this opportunity. I am very grateful for this. So I am Antonio Lagana. I am a PhD candidate from the University of Messina. And today, this one, okay. And today, as you can see, I will speak about the pro-inflammatory potential of respirable micro and nanopolystyrene plastics, which pose a risk for lung health for sure. So, first of all, it's important to say that since the 1950, the humanity produced something like 459 million tons of plastics. The most produced type of plastics are thermoplastic polymers. Example of thermoplastic polymers are, for example, polyethylene, polystyrene, polypropylene, etc. Okay, but we have another problem. We had this problem in the past, and we have the same problem now, and it's the bad management of thermoplastic polymers waste. So, in a period that range between the 2000 to 2019, 79 million tons of plastic polymers were mismanaged, contaminating the environmental matrices. So in the environmental matrices, the plastics undergo two fragmentation processes that can lead to the formation of microplastics and nanoplastics. Of course, we have also micro and nanoplastics in the air, and we can call it as atmospheric micro and nanoplastics. In these environmental matrices, they undergo two oxidation processes, for example, and we know from literature data that the concentration of micro and nanoplastics in the air it's in a range between 0.85 to 1.41 gram per cc. This type of nano and microparticles can penetrate in the lung, and in this environment, in the deep lung, the clearance is based only the phagocytosis by alveolar macrophages. So for this, the half-life of this type of particle is very long. So these plastics can stay in the lung, but it's possible that they can translocate it in other parts of the body, in other anatomical regions. For this, we can speak about the local damage and local exposure for sure, but also systemic exposure and systemic damages. In fact, we know that macro nanoplastics affect at the cellular level through the generation of ROS. There is a ROS overproduction that can lead to lipid peroxidation, protein and DNA damage, mitochondrial dysfunction, and inflammation. In fact, today, I will speak about the pro-inflammatory effect of this type of micro and nanoparticles. Specifically, I will speak about the effect of micro and nanopolystyrene particles with the two different diameters, 1 micron and 0.1 micron. Virgin and oxidized ones for sure. And I tested these particles in two human cell line, human alveolar cell line and monocytic line. And after that, I assessed the gene expression analysis of interleukin-1 beta, interleukin-6, TNF-alpha, interferon gamma, P50, P65, BAX, and BCL2 through a real-time PCR. And after that, I tested, I measured the amount of secreted interleukin beta, interleukin-6, TNF-alpha, and interferon gamma through an ELISA test. So, how you can see, for the pulmonary cells, we had an early pro-inflammatory effect, because after 6 hours, we can see an increase on expression of this pro-inflammatory interleukin, okay? We have an involvement of NF-κB, and because we have an overexpression of P65, that is a subunit of this molecule, okay? After that, we have also an overexpression of TNF-alpha and interferon gamma, and these results are similar after 24 hours, but we have a decrease. Okay, the results were confirmed by ELISA test. In fact, we had an increase of TNF-alpha after 6 hours of exposure and an increase of interferon gamma after 24 hours. Instead, for the monocytic cells, we had a different response. In fact, only the virgin nanoparticles were able to activate the NF-κB, but after 24 hours, we saw the effect of the oxidation because the oxidized micro and nanoparticles are more group that can interact with the cells. This increase after 24 hours, we can see a big increase of interleukin-1 beta that is confirmed with ELISA test. And was confirmed also the more reactivity of the nanoparticles respect to the micro, also in the ELISA test. So after that, we wanted to assess if the pulmonary cells released signaling molecules after the exposure to the plastics. So we tested the supernatant of these pulmonary cells on THP1 cells, so on monocytic cells, because we want to know if there is a signaling, a sort of signaling. And in fact, also after 3 hours, so is a very early response, we can see that we have, for example, in the monocytic treated directly with the plastic, we don't have an alteration of the expression of this interleukin, but in the monocyte exposed to the supernatant, we had an increase for the secretion of TNF-alpha and interferon gamma. So what are the take-home messages? So for the pulmonary cells, we had a pro-inflammatory effect of both, so virgin and oxidized nanoparticles and microparticles that is confirmed by the overexpression of P65, TNF-alpha, and interferon gamma, but without a correlation between the diameter on the oxidation states. Instead, for the THP1, yes, because we saw before that we have a more effect with the smallest particles. And we, in the THP1, we had a higher level of interleukin-1 beta that underline the activation of the inflammasome that is necessary to the production of interleukin-1 beta. So the mechanism is a little bit different. And in the THP1 exposed to the supernatant of pulmonary cell previously exposed to micro and nanoparticles, we can see that there is a sort of communication because there is a release of signaling molecules that can trigger an inflammatory cascade. Thanks for the attention.
Do we have any questions? Okay.
Just a clarification, the acronym ROS stands for?
Reactive oxygen species.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any questions? So I think your presentation was very interesting. Now we've seen in this this day today that plastics is found everywhere, including the air, right? So I think also just your recommendation concerning policy, what can be done, right? So I know right now we're monitoring different types of pollutants, you know, perhaps in the future we will be also monitoring microplastics and the amount that is accumulated in different areas around the city. What do you see as some kind of solution that governments can consider, or even us scientists can help in this direction?
Okay, the first thing is that we can improve the monitoring, because we need to know the exact amount, because we have also difference between, for example, indoor environment and outdoor environment, no? So we need to know more or less what is the range, okay, more clearly. And after that, maybe we can think about particle filter, for example, for indoor, for catch the indoor microparticles. But I think that we need to study a lot for this.
No, absolutely. And I think even looking into like in the architecture design aspect in hospitals,
sure.
you know, children being exposed to microplastic and how it has an impact on their mental health as well as their development stages. So if there's any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for the great
Thank you.
presentation.
So now we keep on with Giuseppa Visali, I hope I said that well, with microplastics in water to do a role of vehicles and scavengers of these ubiquitous contaminants. The floor is yours.
Thank you for presentation. Okay. Good afternoon. My communication focuses on the capacity of microplastics to cause not only direct damage, but also indirect damage linked on the contaminant that adsorb on them, and in particular of oxidizable compound found in wastewater. And finally, I underline the dual role of vehicles, of microplastic as vehicles and as a scavenger of contaminant. So, wastewater treatment plants are the final step of the anthropogenic water cycle and receive microplastic from different sources, in particular from human activities as laundry activities, personal care product, but human domestic discharge is not only the source. Wastewater receive microplastic also industrial activities as cosmetic industries, fishing industries, also plastic industries for packaging or textile industry. And in addition, wastewater receive microplastic also tea-ware and stormwater runoff via wet deposition. Therefore, wastewater is one of the largest sources of microplastic in the environment. The most common plastic found in wastewater are polyamide, polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene. So currently, the actually treatment of wastewater are able to trap larger plastic with 5 millimeters of diameters, but are not able to trap smaller plastic, and so these are released into the marine environment and contributing to its pollution. So the amount of microplastic released depends on the system of treatment, chemical, mechanical, biological system, and to volume of wastewater. But nowadays, currently treatment, as shown in the table, are not able to retain all microplastic. And so in the best of case, 1/3 of microplastic escape control and end up to oceans that represent a main accumulation tank. But microplastic is not confined in the oceans, but can move to environment by different means, can migrate by matrices, and so reach human through inhalation or ingestion via. As previously said by my colleagues, we have demonstrated the toxicity of microplastic with oxidative stress, mitochondrial damage, DNA damage, inflammation, different cell line, intestinal, pulmonary. But in addition to direct toxicity, microplastics are involved in indirect toxicity as vehicles of contaminant. The particular structure of microplastic with benzene ring, carbon chain, functional groups, to determine a strong affinity of microplastic to different compound, chemical compound, antibiotics, heavy metals that absorb on surface with hydrogen interaction, hydrophobic interaction of van der Waals force. So to demonstrate how the contaminant influence the toxicity of microplastic, we used polystyrene microplastic with 1 micron of diameter, treated with wastewater of an Italian hospital. In particular, we used the virgin microplastic and oxidized the microplastic to mimic the natural aging process. After 28 hours, we isolated the microplastic and tested their toxicity in HET29 cells and human intestinal cell line by MTT assay. So MTT results show a higher mortality of cell exposed to microplastic oxidized, quindi aging microplastic, respect to virgin microplastic. But exposure to wastewater determine a major toxicity to virgin microplastic with an increase of mortality of 243.3% and 126.6% for virgin microplastic at the 2 doses tested. While the mortality increase for oxidized microplastic was lower. So literature data show that virgin microplastic have a major affinity to non-polar compound, while aged microplastic to polar compound. So considering the MTT results that show a major toxicity for virgin microplastic, I evaluated the binding oxidizable compound to microplastic by Kubel method and chemical oxygen demand analysis. So the results, the Kubel results show a major affinity to virgin microplastic to oxidizable compound, respect to oxidized microplastic, with a 69.6% respect to 58.9%. This trend is confirmed by chemical oxygen demand analysis, even if lower, but show a major affinity, a major capacity of adsorption to virgin microplastic respect to oxidized microplastic. Therefore, 1 milligram of microplastic with 1 micron of diameter are equal to 1,855 particles and develop a surface almost 60 square meter, capable of absorbed 50% of the oxidizable compound. So pre-treatment with microplastic, even if non-definitive solution, but could potentially help the quantity of sludge produced by conventional treatment. In conclusion, the results show that the role of microplastic as vehicles increase their toxicity by the absorption of contaminant that after ingestion by aquatic animals can be released and moving up the food chain determine a strong risk for human health. But this same interaction suggests an idea of possible use of the microplastic as a scavenger of contaminant. Exploiting this affinity of plastic for pollution for different contaminant is an attractive approach based on the principle of reuse, recycling, and circular economy could also reduce their negative impact of microplastic and emerging contaminant in wastewater. So further studies are necessary to better investigate the potential use of plastic waste as a novel, low-cost adsorption system for wastewater treatment. Thank you for your attention.
Do we have any questions? Okay.
So thank you very much for the presentation. My question was on the last slide. So you're suggesting that find a way to collect microplastic on the wastewater treatment can be also a way to like foster the recycle. I didn't catch the last.
I treated the microplastic with wastewater,
Okay.
and after 14
Okay.
I isolated the microplastic and tested their toxicity respect to microplastic non-treated.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No, I think yeah, go ahead.
Well, respect actually, thank you. Respect actually to that same thought, great presentation also. And what do you think, if this could be an option, is it a suitable option? Do you see that as a future possibility for isolating plastics and therefore not being exposed to that? What would you suggest to industries and scientists for this?
I hope that these possibility system are realizable, but is a multidisciplinary approach. I investigated the biological approach, but is necessary an ingenious to show the release of the treatment. Yes.
We have a potential there. Thank you very much.
Okay, great presentations on the topic of microplastics. So we're going to move on to our next presenter, Rohini Rupnarin. He will be discussing a global imperative, risk mitigation through One Health, education to combat climate change and prevent zoonotic pandemics. Please give a warm of applause to Rohini.
Hi, everyone. It's really good to be here. I'm out online and based on the Caribbean island of Grenada. Are you ready for me to share my slide?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you able to view that there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm based on the Caribbean island, Grenada, where climate change is really affecting us as a small island state. And, you know, based on what has been said actually in the last couple of really interesting presentations, we can see that the effects of climate change, as well as the emergence of pandemics of potentially animal origin, also known as zoonotic diseases, is forcing health professionals at the nexus of human, animal, and environmental health to face unprecedented threats to planetary health. The One Health concept, which basically embodies that interconnectedness between human, animal, and environmental health, is crucial for mitigating these risks. And so interprofessional education is what we advocate for as a critical tool for preparing our health professionals across these sectors to intercept and mitigate these threats. Today, I am presenting on a global imperative, risk mitigation through One Health education to combat climate change and prevent these zoonotic pandemics. And this here is just an outline slide of the presentation and the order that I will follow. So the first objective is really looking at discussing the shared effects that we need to train our health professionals to be prepared for, both in veterinary medicine, human medicine in particular, because we work a lot in our silos and our students are also oftentimes focused on, on their own path. And so we're advocating for more collaboration through education. We know the impact of greenhouse gas emissions on global warming is causing all of these health impacts. So air pollution, extreme heat, And with the drought, these are contributing to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, not just in humans, but also in their pets as well. Food insecurity as a result of drought. Additionally, natural disasters such as storms and wildfires are further exacerbating these health risks, leading to global migration of people and their pets, vulnerable populations, and with them the pathogens they carry are migrating globally. Warmer temperatures are leading to the expansion of vector populations into parts of the world we've not seen it occurring in before. And warmer ocean temperatures are leading to oxygen depletion, loss of marine biodiversity, growth of harmful algal blooms, which is releasing toxins that are affecting both marine, mammal, and human health as well. So some key concepts here. We know that planetary health is really a focus on how human activity and the detrimental human activities is having an effect, a negative impact on our planet's natural systems. We know that public health basically has been focused on how infectious disease transmission can be interrupted in local communities. Global health focuses on the impact of social and economic factors on the occurrence of health outcomes in global populations as a result of wealth and health being connected. And One Health brings that environmental component into that interconnection between animal and human health. With ecosystems, we know that we're dealing with living and non-living organisms, all based on survival because of their dependency on other levels of ecosystems, which provide essential services such as clean air and water we require for sustainable living. Marine ecosystems we often forget about, and they're the largest on Earth, 71% of the planet's surface, and containing 66% of life on the planet, produces half of the oxygen and is a source of food for over 3 billion people. The ocean stores a lot of our carbon, and as a result of this, we see ocean acidification. We're seeing global warming leading to thermal expansion of water, melting of glaciers, loss of marine biodiversity, flooding, and other extreme water events. With climate change, we're also seeing migration of predator species with the death of naturally occurring species. So we're seeing, as one example, migration of snake distributions in Africa, leading to an increase in snakebite envenomation, which is one of the tropical neglected diseases affecting more than 5 million people. So zoonotic diseases, as vets, we're particularly concerned about diseases that impact human health from vertebrate animal reservoirs. And oftentimes we know that physicians are not always as aware of the consideration of animals and the impact on human health. So many examples exist. Bats is essential host for SARS coronaviruses, both SARS-1 and the most recent pandemic, COVID-19, also a reservoir for MERS coronavirus as well. Raccoon dogs, shown here, have been identified as a likely intermediate host for SARS-CoV-2, the agent of COVID-19, camel, the intermediate host for MERS, and we know that dogs are the leading reservoir worldwide for rabies. Of course, there are many other reservoirs like skunks and foxes, bats, etc., in the US and elsewhere. So with the focus the UN has right now on the UN Sustainable Development Agenda to optimize the health of humans, but also animals on the planet, we focus here on just a couple of the goals relevant to interprofessional education and preparing our health workforce. So goal 3, focus on health for education to build the capacity of the workforce to address these threats. Goal 6, clean water, important to eliminate or control neglected tropical diseases. Climate action to prevent further harm from the effects of climate change. And goals 14 and 15 focus on achieving sustainability, not just in terrestrial ecosystems, but marine ecosystems as well. With 17 really underscored by One Health as a framework for achieving this transdisciplinary collaborative approach that is needed to form strong global partnerships across the health professions. So causal factors of zoonotic pandemics and climate change is really as a result of a lot of anthropogenic activities and human actions. And we need to educate our students about this. So we know that livestock systems, industrial activities, the healthcare sector is responsible for significant amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. Deforestation caused by human activities is destroying our carbon sinks. Our trees, we're seeing destruction of mangroves for urbanization, removal of coral and mining of coral, which is leading to coastal erosion as natural barriers are now seeing effects like hurricanes we're witnessing in the West Indies having much more severe effects than it ever did before. Emerging zoonoses, as a previous speaker mentioned as well, where we're seeing destruction of wildlife habitats, bringing humans into closer contact with wildlife reservoirs of disease. Close contact between Masaks and humans, we're seeing the emergence of zoonotic malaria in Malaysia. We've already discussed sea level rise and its impacts. We're seeing with social and cultural factors, the wildlife markets in China leading to spillover between exotic species, which is believed to be one of the possible reasons that we've seen the occurrence of both SARS-1 and SARS-2 coronaviruses. And of course, a lack of integrated surveillance, where if we can detect disease in vector species and animals, we can then prevent disease in humans, particularly diseases like West Nile, dengue, which we're seeing an outbreak of, and many other of these arboviruses as well. So with One Health, the most recent definition that came about with the One Health high-level expert panel after the COVID-19 pandemic saw a new definition for operationalization by the G7 and G20 countries. It integrates multiple sectors across people, animal health, ecosystem health, but with One Health, we now look at the 4 C's, where it emphasizes collaboration, communication, coordination, capacity building of the workforce to address these health challenges and achieve sustainable development. And so interprofessional education involving students from different health professions facilitates preparing our future workforce for collaboration to achieve these health outcomes. Interprofessional education has 4 competencies: values and ethics, which now incorporates One Health as of 2023, roles and responsibilities, communication, teams and teamwork, which with this approach for collaboration is supporting the 4 C's of collaboration, communication, coordination, and capacity building that we have with One Health to enable a shared approach to optimize the health outcomes for all. To achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals requires this framework of collaboration and the 4 C's advocated by the One Health concept. Together, we can reduce emissions, enhance carbon sinks, build resilient communities worldwide to mitigate future threats through promoting sustainable farming, response to disasters, preventing wastewater and its impacts with pharmaceutical waste, and so on, as has been discussed before, advocating collaboratively for our future graduates to integrate and advocate for policy regarding health using that One Health framework in housing, transportation, education, working with legislators to develop laws that support One Health initiative and interprofessional education to train policymakers as well to increase their understanding of One Health principles and create public awareness in communities across stakeholders in universities, medicinal chemists, physicians, veterinarians, public health, social health, lawyers, social workers, and mental health professionals to achieve these goals. And integrated surveillance, very important for even preventing the occurrence of diseases through earlier detection in animal systems and environmental systems before they impact human health. So this presentation is really a clarion call from the educational perspective for us to advocate more for interprofessional education, built as a platform for delivering the competencies of One Health to prepare our future graduates in the health professions to work collaboratively to mitigate these threats using these 4 C's, and to drive One Health frame policy, the optimal health of all species and the planet that we share. Thank you for your attention. And here are just some resources and some other organizations that I'm a part of that advocate for One Health in a strong way as well.
Thank you for your great presentation. Definitely a great overview on the impacts of climate change and how it's impacting lots of different disciplines. Do we have any questions? Okay, we have a question.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Just a question of curiosity, because we've been discussing several times in the foundation where I work, in the One Sustainable Health for All Foundation, about education. We have dedicated international working groups on education and communication. And one of the point that was coming out that it's much harder to have an impact through educating higher education students, and we consider, and this is one of our recommendations, that starting from primary school on educating and One Health should be a priority in order to reach the mindset changing that is needed for a future One Health approach application and implementation. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And that's so true, because a lot of it we see if we plant that seed early on. And actually there are some people that are already working on that. So Deborah Thompson in the US has actually developed One Health lessons where they're actually using this system globally in schools at the primary school and secondary school level to put that into place. So that is not, not occurring in every country, but there are movements and initiatives that have been started that way. And definitely with higher education, by the time we've seen our students in veterinary medicine and in medicine as well, they're very focused on their area alone. And so we're also working with other groups in the US, other US institutions, and we're collaborating to develop One Health competencies to see if we can develop interprofessional curricula in directed at this end, really, where we can bring the professions together at the higher education level through courses, whether it's in climate or other One Health competencies, to foster that in our future professionals. So thank you for that question. And we need to see more of that definitely at the earlier level.
Sorry, I say that it will be interesting to contact you to discuss further.
Yes, sure. I think my email, I can put my email in the chat. Does that help? Or
Yes, you can do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Great. Do we have any other questions? Okay, well, thank you again.
Okay, well, these were very interesting and insightful interventions that we had, all these projects focusing on microplastics mostly, but also on human health, on how we can introduce this since early ages to the knowledge of people, from kids to adults, and to, of course, we wish, to policymakers. It's fantastic to see all this union, all this cooperation of knowledge getting together to try to reach this One Health purpose, One Health culture. I think we should keep on with this, and I encourage everybody to also keep in touch and keep informing us what you are doing with your projects, also over the seas and online. Thank you so much for your interventions, and I would like to close the session with this thought of just let's keep on fighting. The climate crisis cannot be solved without us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs, for closing the session, and thank you, the speakers, for your amazing presentation. Now we will have a brief coffee break. For the sake of time, we will make very short, but the coffee break and the stuff will be still 5. So I will now open the coffee break. Let's stay maximum till 45. It is now 4:30, maximum till 45. We can anticipate better, but the coffee break will stay open till 5. So in case you want a coffee also, you can go and take a coffee. So now let's go to the coffee break. Let's make short, because then we can move ahead with the last session, and we will come back here at 4:45. Thank you. Just 1 second that she want to write our message. Yeah, she wants to make a chat to Rory, please.
Thank you.
Esto es mío, esto es tuyo para todos dos. ¿Para todos dos? No. Ok, aquí está esa presentación. Espérate.
I was checked. No, medical practice, okay. No, okay. No. And I was to go in. She's gone. I think she's gone. Or is
Wants to, she's gone.
Yeah.
You can message her with the numbers.
we need help.
No, maybe later for people because we have to be very.
To get everybody together.
No, no, de Jordi, ¿no que de Jordi?
No, pero no estás en el USB.
No, no está la USB. Sí, sí, sí. No, no, es de Jordi que puedo buscar. Jordi, ¿cómo se llama?
No, la de Jordi está aquí.
Ah, también.
Sí, sí, están las dos ahí. Es lo que te estaba diciendo.
Qué malo. So I have to do this 1 second.
Bella, bellissimo. Cosa fai?
Entonces, plan and presentation and yours? Yours? Your presentation?
Es presentaciones. Presentaciones.
La mía. Hacemos copy.
Ah, ok.
El primo copio.
La mia è slide presentation.
Sí, sí, sí.
Presentaciones.
Un momentito que voy a buscar esta. No me... No me morir, por favor.
Athens es.
Me busco todos.
No, bueno, es la una está en.
Sí, sí, pero si tienes problema con el PowerPoint, tengo el PDF también.
Ok, la presentación mía, hay una diapositiva que es un vídeo de fondo. Por eso. No sé si sonará por ahí.
No, sí, suena porque está conectado con la academia, creo. Vas a tomar un caffè? Era qua, aspetta. Era il ropane. Ok. Ok.
Te contactaré también para explicarte una iniciativa en la que estamos a hacer formación en salud planetaria con 250 universidades. Bueno, nosotros ya sabemos lo vamos a comentar.
Lei già segnata, thank you, we had also signed, poi è già nella...
Nella chat, sì, tu non sei nella chat, però ti metto nella chat.
Me lo puoi dire perché thank you, we had also signed.
On the One Sustainable, One Sustainable Foundation.
No, quindi lei già nella...
Forse è già nella...
Lei è dell'università di...
Grenada. Di Grenada.
Sono nella nostra non so dire, ma sono responsabile.
Hace poco hubo una recomendación de la Junta Directiva, hay dos arquitectos ahora, hay un psicólogo, pero una ética. Me envió. Yo como conviene a muchas mujeres te van a involucrar.
Poi this is. Ma è una cosa che penso che non c'è un solo che non
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then when you want, I mean, yeah, maybe it's okay to be able so we can have a closure. Right? Or you wish. Okay. Do you want to, I have a question. The image of the 25. The image of 25? Yeah, of 125.
What happened?
I'm ready for the people.
First,
Yeah.
25.
Yeah, I'll do.
Do you have it? No. No. Okay. No.
I will do. Don't worry, I will do.
When did you?
Don't worry, I will do.
Okay. Professora, non c'è molti alunni, posso anche se...
Where is Arbacia? Where is Arbacia? Primero. Yes, yeah. Yo vas primero. Te voy a presentar el todo y tú vas primero.
¿Esto es de 5 a 6:30?
Sí, sí.
Vale.
Cuando acabamos. Margherita, ti ricordi come abbiamo chiamato lo special issue? Hai il titolo dello special issue? Yes, integral ecology as a light for one health framework.
L'hai trovata?
No, mi ricordo un pezzo, però se me lo dici, è nell'ultimo link che ti ho mandato.
L'ultimo?
Link che ti ho mandato nella chat con personale.
Vulnerability and resilience.
No, questo è quello di oggi. Se vai sopra nella chat c'è un link che ti ho mandato.
Questo?
Sì, può essere.
Stiamo mangiando ok, of course.
No, questo è del workout. Questo è il link del wedge.
Sì, un po' di... Molto, Solo. Capo.
Una light.
Solo. Cioè, una solo e uno con il capo. Solo. Vedete con il e uno con i 2 capi. Era per...
Ora sto guardando.
E quando è che stanno a poco per... Sì, hai fatto. Però quando sta solo da non utilizza. Io non hai... Non presto.
Allora è integral ecology as a light to foster the One Health approach.
Okay. Sì. Allora, c'è un po' di guarda. Vabbè. Sentite poco sono tirato. Roma. Ok, let's go. Lo saben todo de más. Okay, let's start. Let's start again, colleagues. Let's take a seat. Okay. So welcome back. We are on the very last panel of today. We were talking about community vulnerability and risk. We addressed the risk, and then we are going through vulnerabilities. So I will present the co-chairs of this session, Professor Margherita Ferrante and Dr. Jordi Serrano Pons. So thank you very much for chairing the session. And I will let the floor to Dr. Jordi Serrano Pons to introduce, to say a few words and to introduce the next keynote speaker. Then at the end, Jordi also will have like a moment in which we are gonna, we will like make an important communication.
Yeah, but thank you very much. Thank you for being here still on the last day. Congratulations for the organization and for the future of this topic. We are in a moment, in the intercross moment, that all of you that you are here and being resilient all these years will have a big reward in the following years, because this topic is trending topic, not because it's a trending topic, because we need it. So thank you everybody for all the support. I met Francisco Javier Balbuena time ago, and I proposed him to talk here because I think it's a good representation of how the vision of others, in this case, the vision of people from the Amazon basin, must be taken into account. And as we don't have much time, I will invite him to come and start the talking. Javier, please introduce yourself a little bit and go ahead with the talk. Thank you very much.
Big applause.
Thank you very much for still being here. Usually, when we are going to speak about marginality, or vulnerability, we are in the marginal areas. And I suppose this is the reason we are here at the end of the meeting. I am waiting for the presentation. Okay, well, hello to everybody, and I'm going to start the presentation. Okay, thank you. Welcome to this brief time to think about vulnerability. Okay. Okay, my name is Javier Balbuena. I have devoted my life to healthcare management since 2004 in different managerial positions. Currently, I play a key role in international healthcare management across 7 countries in 7 countries, yes, in 3 continents. Okay. Usually, people say that a book is like a child, but no, it's very different. I have 5 children, and I can assure you that it is totally different. But I have Ubuntu in my life too. I hope it will be in English soon and probably in Italian. This is, this is who I am, and now at this Pondera Foundation. We are focused on healthcare management. That means for us, One Health and planetary health management. This is our mission and our vision too. Aim to results of the social impacts. At this moment, our impact is on 15 million people around the world. And now, please take a moment to close your eyes and contemplate your vulnerabilities, these aspects that leave you feeling exposed, the fears and insecurities that stem from them. Reflect on what lies beyond your control and what is, to some extent, shaped by your own actions. Thank you. You can open your eyes. The feeling of loneliness plays a crucial role in our sense of vulnerability. The more isolated we are, the more vulnerable we become. In our Western society, there is a tendency to dismantle strong, cohesive groups, often in the pursuit of pretending freedom. However, what we finally face is our own endless vulnerability. Now, think about the Amazon and its indigenous peoples. Their profound vulnerability stems largely from the isolation we have imposed upon them. We find them fascinating, perhaps even captivating, but only for a fleeting moment. Soon after, they recede into the background, perceived as too few in number, too culturally remote, and too economically insignificant to merit our attention. What share of the global GDP do all the indigenous peoples of the Amazon contribute? 0.5% or maybe 0.2%? The Amazon is frequently regarded as a disposable territory, a place to exploit for research and then abandon. Please, raise your hand if you are ever set foot in this vast region in Amazonian. Anybody? Simply being there reveals the striking fragility of its ecosystem. Amazon is both immense and profoundly delicate. We often come to understand that the Amazon belongs to all of us and serves the well-being of the entire planet. But we fail to recognize that its people are also part of this shared responsibility, and they also play a vital role in sustaining the health of our planet. Empathy alone is insufficient. We must dare to take the next step to truly care, to love. And you can love what you don't know. So the first step toward love is understanding. Join me in the jungle. I invite you all to help change the world through knowledge and compassion. Let's take tangible actions. Step by step, let's advance along the path of One Health or planetary health. At the Pondera Foundation, we have achieved a historic milestone, the establishment of the Manuel Amunarriz Planetary Health Research Center, situated in the heart of the rainforest within an existing human settlement. This research facility is a resource for all of you, for your institutions and universities. Empathy alone is not enough. We must direct our focus, our attention, and our expertise in service of humanity. Let's leverage the Manuel Amunarriz Planetary Health Research Center to conduct research and address the vulnerabilities of Amazonian people and ecosystems, while reducing their isolation. I propose to you only two actions. Come and get to know the Amazon and research from the Planetary Health Research Center, Manuel Amunarriz. Remember, do not have empathy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier, for this initiative. He came just 2 weeks ago from the inauguration.
Yes, last week I returned from Ecuador.
And you were able to gather, to congregate the directors of PAHO of different countries. So it's quite a stable.
Yes, it's a great moment because a lot of people from a lot of places came to the heart of the Amazon area. We have 6 hours by boat because you can only came to the research center in the river. Is so far, and this is the reason some people at the end they didn't came, but a lot of people came. I think it's important to put the focus of the research in the place where it's important.
But there is a stable hospital there.
Yes,
with stable people working there.
Yes, the research center is a part of the hospital, Franklin Tello General Hospital. It was founded 75 years ago, and they are a town, a little town, and there are all the possibilities to be there.
Thank you. I think it's a good opportunity, no, for some of you, PhD, some research that could be interesting to be done there, and a good trigger point opportunity, no, for the center itself, and share some sponsors that could see that point, no, with a stable center and new opportunities as a reference, no. Fundación Pondera is working in the zone for a long time, so it's not just a benchmarking or a greenwashing action punctual, no, it's something stable on the time. That's why I believe it's good to support from all the One Health community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another big round of applause for Javier. Thank you very much, Javier. What a great project, I can say. What a great project. Thank you very much for staying with us and accepting the invitation to One Health. And I think that for start our track of vulnerable communities, this has been an amazing start. Now, let's go to then, we have supposed to have another keynote speaker. Let's see if she is connected. No, I think no. Okay, we can go ahead.
Sorella have had a sudden family problem, so she linked with us today.
So we can go to the oral presentation, please, Margherita.
Yes. We go through the last oral presentations. The first is Blanca Salinas Roca, that talk about measuring the gender gap and climate change impact on maternal health, scoping review in the framework of One Health. Please, Bianca, the floor is yours.
Blanca, are you online? I don't know. No, I don't see the presenter. No, we can move to the next presentation.
We can move with the next, Stephanie Mezza. That talk about addressing women's health and safety, the Chiara's projects dashboard for identifying injustices in US Mexico border towns. Please, Stephanie.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Stephanie Meza, and I will be addressing women's mental health and safety in US and Mexico border states. I am currently a graduate student at SDSU in the Big Data Analytics program, working at the Metabolism of Cities Living Lab, collaborating with other students under the Chiara project. I work with the help of Dr. Gabriela Fernandez, as well as Dr. Domenico Vito. The US-Mexico border is a hotspot for human trafficking, particularly affecting women. Women and girls are often lured by false job offers and end up being exploited for sex work, domestic servitude, and forced labor. They face severe physical and psychological abuse, including kidnapping, rape, and assault. Despite efforts by both US and Mexican authorities to combat this issue, the high numbers of migrants make it challenging to fully address the problem. These women appear malnourished or show signs of psychological distress, often seeming hesitant to disclose their situation due to fear of retaliation. The Chiara Project is a collaborative initiative tackling the pressing challenges faced by women in US-Mexico borders, specifically issues surrounded around California, Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico. This project seeks to uncover and address significant injustices, focusing in on the critical issues around mental health and human trafficking. These maps here are to show the number of cases that were reported around the US, and as we can see, some of the highest cases are surrounded in the main states we chose to base this study around. The statistics on sex trafficking and its impact on victims' mental health are alarming. 78% of trafficked women and 40% of trafficked men report suffering from depression, anxiety, and PTSD. In the US, 68% of trafficking victims encounter healthcare providers, yet often go unnoticed. Many survivors experience pre-trafficking abuse and ongoing violence, which worsens their mental health. Social isolation further aggravates the issue, leading to severe psychological distress. Here in this graphic, we can get a better idea of the overall percentages among women, men, and children. To support human trafficking survivors, trauma-focused therapies are essential for addressing deep-seated trauma. Healthcare providers need trauma-informed care training to better assist them. Victims often face long-term effects like emotional numbness, memory loss, and a sense of powerlessness, leading to behavioral issues such as substance abuse due to poor coping mechanisms. Each year, an estimated 14,500 and 17,500 individuals are trafficked into the United States. In 2018 alone, the National Human Trafficking Hotline reported 10,949 cases, with California accounting for almost 2,000 of these. Victims, both U.S. citizens and foreign nationals, come from diverse backgrounds, often drawn into trafficking by factors such as poverty, lack of education, abuse, and addiction. Adults are typically manipulated through psychological abuse and restricted movement, while children endure physical abuse and are often given psychoactive substances. Recent data shows that 80% of trafficking journeys pass through official border points. Female victims are particularly vulnerable, with higher likelihood of being trafficked through these official points. The US-Mexico border has witnessed a troubling increase in trafficking cases, especially involving children. Policies like catch and release have inadvertently heightened the risk of trafficking by overwhelming border agencies. Shockingly, 60% of unaccompanied minors crossing the border fall prey to cartels who exploit them for child pornography or drug trafficking. Economic factors play a significant role in the vulnerability to human trafficking. Poverty and lack of education are two leading drivers, making individuals more susceptible to exploitation. Gender inequality compounds this issue, with 71% of global trafficking victims being women and girls. Traffickers often exploit their victims with false promises and better job opportunities, which turn out to be deceptive traps. In some cases, state-sponsored human trafficking occurs where governments themselves may be involved through threats and coercion of their own citizens. Human trafficking impacts many areas in different ways. To address these problems, we need clear policies. Stronger rules are needed to give victims access to mental health and social services. Also, legal measures should help the criminal records of trafficking victims who are forced into illegal activities. This study focused on the mental health challenges and prevalence of sex trafficking among women in California, Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico. It aims to identify factors contributing to high rates of trafficking and mental health issues, offering actionable insights for community leaders, policymakers, and healthcare providers. The collected data was thoroughly cleaned, prepared, and integrated into a unified data set for consistency across indicators and sources. It was then categorized into relevant groups, such as mental health indicators and trafficking cases, to simplify the analysis. Focusing our eyes on women's sex trafficking and mental health in the designated states, the data was collected from the National Human Trafficking Hotline, NGOs like the Polaris Project, as well as the American Psychological Association. For the first part of the analysis, we examined crime studies to track changes in crime rates across states and compare them to trafficking cases. Identifying potential trends or correlations, we also explored the relation between crime rates and mental health disorders, focusing on whether living in high crime areas predicts mental health issues, particularly trauma and stress. Additionally, we analyzed whether states with higher trafficking incidents experience greater mental health challenges, highlighting the psychological impact of trafficking on victims. As we can see here, Texas and California consistently exhibit significantly higher crime rates compared to Arizona and New Mexico. Texas has the highest crime rate, approaching 125,000 crimes annually. In contrast, Arizona and New Mexico maintain much lower and more stable crime rates throughout the years, while California and Texas experience consistent large spikes. This next plot suggests that states with higher crime rates, such as California and Texas, also tend to report more trafficking cases, potentially indicating a positive correlation. Arizona and New Mexico with lower crime rates also have fewer trafficking cases reported. This pattern implies that crime rates may be associated with the prevalence of human trafficking in certain states. Next, we can see a trend that suggests a weak negative correlation, meaning that as crime rates increase, the percentage of mental health disorders slightly decreases. In California and Texas, the downward slope of the lines shows this pattern. Next, we can see some of the trends here are unclear. For example, Texas shows a slight positive correlation. As trafficking cases increase, so do mental health disorders, while California shows the opposite. The scattered data points indicate a lot of variability, suggesting that trafficking cases are not a strong predictor of mental health disorders. Next, we focus on the visualization and distribution of victims, providing a clear view of how gender and age is represented throughout the victims' population. Also creating a correlation analysis between variables for each state using numerical variables such as trafficking cases, mental health percentages, crime rates, and many more. We also created a heat map to visually represent the correlations. Looking at these visuals, we can see that the most affected by trafficking are both females and adults compared to males and minors. Now here for this heat map, we can see that the red areas represent positive correlations, meaning as one variable increases, the other also tends to increase. Blue represents negative correlation, meaning that as one variable increases, the other tends to decrease. White or lighter colors near the center indicate weak or no correlation. The matrix shows that there's a strong relationship between crime rates, the number of victims, reported trafficking cases, and mental health percentages. These variables tend to rise together, indicating that states with high crime rates are likely to also experience higher numbers of trafficking cases, victims, and mental health concerns among survivors. Next, we're just going to talk a little bit about the limitations for this project. There were a lot of data gaps and reporting issues. Human trafficking is often underreported, leading to a lot of data gaps, as well as geographic and temporal constraints. We had to broaden our horizons for this project, looking at states or the country as a whole. We could not go dive deeper into each state, such as counties or cities. And then as well as for future work and research direction, we would like more advanced analytical techniques, as well as incorporating longitudinal data to capture the trends over time, as well as look more into the state's counties and cities rather than just the state as a whole. And for our next research direction, we have created a survey for these immigrant women, and to get a more target of our demographic. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. So, do you have any question for Stephanie? Oh, Stephanie, I have a question for you. It's very interesting study and very interesting results, and so also I have a lot depressed by these results because it's very critical. But I ask you, which is the reaction of policymakers to your study? You have a link with policymakers and with the action on this criticality that you have presented?
Yeah, so for future work, we have a GIS located survey. So this also helps to target the women who are taking the survey, and it pinpoints exactly the cities and counties. So not only would we be looking at a state in a whole, but we would be looking into those cities.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. We continue, and we do not move from the US-Mexico border and also the Mediterranean border. And talking about borders, now we will listen, evaluating Leave No One Behind, SDG indicators for addressing women's injustices at the US-Mexico and Mediterranean border, by Juan Meza and Eddie Rosas. Please. I think Stephanie.
Dr. Meza, you can go. We can see your screen.
We are ready.
Please go.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Eddie. Hang on just a second. I'm trying to move to the next slide. Just a second. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Eduardo Rosas, and I just want to thank everyone that's here today. We are celebrating the third International One Health Conference. Today, our team is evaluating the Leave No One Behind, which is part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, indicators for addressing women's injustices at the US, Mexico, and Mediterranean border. Next, please. So I am part of the Metabolisms of Cities Living Lab at the San Diego State University, and we are currently working on the Kiara project, which is the No Dejar a Nadie Atrás, which transfers to Leave No One Behind. Next, please. And well, first of all, let me just introduce the team. Dr. Juan Antonio Mesa. He's based in Baja California, Mexico. I'll give you a few seconds so you can read the slide. And next we have Dr. Gabriela Fernandez. She is based in California. Dr. Domenico Vito. He's based in Italy. And that's me, Eduardo Rosas. I'm based in San Diego, California. I am a master's student in big data analytics at San Diego State University. I'm an active researcher with the Metabolism of Cities Living Lab. I try to contribute to the Kiara project, which is a multinational collaboration across the US, Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela. This initiative aims to bridge digital divides and address the unique challenges that women face in border regions. So let's get right into it. Introduction and hypothesis questions for this research. What is the context? This research focuses on socioeconomics and environmental challenges faced by women in cross-border regions, specifically San Diego, the US, Tijuana, Mexico, and Lampedusa, Italy. What is the main problem? Well, women in these areas experience significant inequalities in access to healthcare, education, economic opportunities, and environmental safety. What is the focus? Well, the focus, the study analyzes key Leave No One Behind indicators from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to identify disparities and vulnerabilities that disproportionately affects women in these regions. Next. What is the goal? Well, the goal is to provide actionable insights and policy recommendations that address these issues and ensures the empowerment of women in cross-border mitigation contexts. The hypothesis is that women in migration-impacted border regions, such as San Diego, Tijuana, and Lampedusa, face compounding environmental, social, and economic injustices exacerbated by restrictive immigration policies. Next, please. So what are the migration challenges for women? Well, in Tijuana, Mexico, as a key border city, Tijuana has experienced significant internal and external migration throughout the 20th century. Many migrants, particularly women, face challenges such as violence, lack of healthcare, and precarious working conditions, exacerbated by restrictive migration policies. These conditions lead to heightened socioeconomic inequalities. In San Diego, on the other side of the border, undocumented women face similar challenges, including fear of deportation, low wages, and restricted access to healthcare. Latina women in particular are disproportionately affected by poverty and housing instability, further intensifying their vulnerability. In Lampedusa, Italy, the Mediterranean Lampedusa is a major entry point for migrants fleeing conflict and poverty in Africa and the Middle East. Women arriving here often endure perilous journeys, facing trafficking, violence, and poor living conditions in overcrowded refugee camps. These challenges mirror the socioeconomic and health inequalities experienced by migrant women. So we have 3 case studies here. One is San Diego. It's the first one. The population is about 3.2 million people. The income per capita is about $74,000 per year. And it's estimated that 49% of their population are women. The crime rate is 18.97 per every 1,000 residents. The case study in Mexico, Tijuana, population is 2.1 million people. Income per capita is about $1,933 per year. It's estimated that 49% of their population are women. The crime rate is 1.59 crimes per every 1,000 residents. Lampedusa, Italy, the population is about 6,000 people. The income per capita is 15,000 to 25,000 euros per year. 51% of their population are women, and their crime is low. So this is a picture of a group of migrants that crossed Mexico. It was believed that around 3,000 people of different nationalities walked in that caravan to the Mexico-United States border to demand asylum in the United States. Next, please. This is another picture. This is from Lampedusa, and we can see that it's the same situation. Hundreds of people from different nationalities, people from Africa and the Middle East, get on these boats to get to Lampedusa. And this picture shows the busiest border in the entire world. On the left-hand side, there's a picture on top. You see Tijuana, Mexico. In the middle of that picture, you see a line that divides that picture. Well, that's the famous wall. And on the bottom, we can see San Diego. Next, please. So this study focused on evaluating 20 leave no behind indicators, to address economic, environmental injustices faced by women in border regions. However, due to time constraints, this research examines only 9 of the 20 indicators. What are the 9 indicators? So the first one is racial disparity and school suspension. Non-white students are disciplined more frequently than white students. Child poverty, higher poverty rates among minority children. Pollution burden, disadvantaged communities face more pollution exposure. Neighborhood poverty, high concentrations of poverty in specific areas. Number 5 is low food access, household lacking reliable access to sufficient food. Number 6, elderly food insecurity, older adults with uncertain food access. Number 7 is toxic air burden, minority groups exposed to harmful industrial pollution. 8, rent burden, minorities spending a large portion of their income on rent. And the last one, which is the 9th one, high percentage of youth not in education, employment, or training. Methodology. For data collection, we used advanced data analytics and geospatial techniques, surveys, secondary data sources, such as the UN SDGs, and national databases. Case studies, like the ones I mentioned, San Diego, Tijuana, and Lampedusa. So how were these indicators measured? Well, we focused on the leave no one behind indicators. Disparities in healthcare, education, and economic opportunities, environmental safety. And the analysis techniques that we used were spatial analysis to identify vulnerable hotspots, comparison of disparities across regions, quantitative analysis of socioeconomic data from border regions. Also, we studied the population, women in migration impacted areas, particularly those vulnerable due to socioeconomic conditions. And we used the geospatial analysis of LNOB indicators, geospatial techniques. This was used to map distribution of indicators across 3 regions using the geographic information system software. This allowed for overlaying spatial data, identifying patterns, and detecting hotspots of injustice. Ranking rules. Indicators are classified based on severity, resource accessibility, and systemic disparities. High is green, significant issues need immediate intervention. Yellow is medium, noticeable concerns with existing gaps. And red, minor issues with effect policies in place. We used comparative analysis. We examined 9 indicators across the 3 regions to assess relative performance. Also, to explore relationships between indicators and women's well-being, identifying areas for targeted interventions. And this chart shows the results for each indicator. We can see that on this first table, we see a lot of medium and lows. The next one, for these indicators, we do see a lot of mediums, which is in yellow. Next, please. Results. Disparity and school suspensions, inequalities and suspensions persist, disproportionately affecting certain ethnic groups and impoverished communities. Stronger policy intervention is needed to address these issues. Disparity in child poverty through although improvements have been noted, structural barriers continue to hinder significant progress in reducing child poverty, especially among minorities. Pollution burden. Marginalized communities continue to suffer from high levels of pollution, affecting their health. More effective environmental policies are required. Concentration of poverty. Poverty remains concentrated in certain neighborhoods, perpetuating circles of economic hardship. Coordinated interventions are needed to improve infrastructure and job opportunities. Access to food insecurities persist, especially in vulnerable communities. Reforms are necessary to ensure equitable access to healthy food. Food insecurity among older adults. Although there are support initiatives, food insecurity continues to affect vulnerable adults, requiring more sustainable solutions. Disparity in exposure to toxic air. Minorities disproportionately suffer from exposure to industrial pollution, demanding stricter policies to reduce these impacts. Disparity in rental cost. High rental cost disproportionately affects low-income groups, especially women. Regulation and financial support are needed. And the last one, barriers to the inclusion of youth in education and employment persist. It is crucial to continue investing in training and job programs. What is the conclusion here? Persistence of inequalities. Inequalities in the key areas such as food insecurity, environmental pollution, and access to economic opportunities continue to disproportionately affect vulnerable groups, despite using initiatives aimed at mitigating these issues. We need to address the structural barriers that perpetuate these inequalities. It requires the implementation of stronger and more coordinated interventions. This includes stricter policies and regulations that protect affected communities. Focus on sustainable solutions. Long-term solutions must focus on sustainability, ensuring continuous improvement in quality of life, especially for the most vulnerable groups. The importance of multi-sector collaboration among governments, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector is essential for designing effective policies that address issues comprehensively, and the use of data for monitoring and evaluation. The collection and analysis of accurate data enables the identification of priority areas, assessment of policies, impacts, and adjustment of strategies to maximize benefits for communities. So this study highlights the persistent and multifaceted injustice faced by women in the US, Mexico, and the Mediterranean border regions. By evaluating 9 indicators, critical areas were identified where women are disproportionately affected by social, economic, and environmental challenges. The spatial analysis reveals significant disparities, providing a foundation for targeted intervention and policy recommendation. Ensuring that no one is left behind requires collaborative efforts across national boundaries to address the specific needs of women in these vulnerable regions. What were the limitations? Well, the study focused on 9 indicators out of the 20 proposed by the SDGs. Other relevant dimensions of women injustices may have been overlooked. The limited selection might affect the comprehensive representation of needs and challenges. Variations in data quality and availability across the 3 regions. These differences may affect the comparability and accuracy of the analysis. Lacking homogeneous data complicates the evaluation of similar indicators in different contexts. Expanding indicators, broaden the range of
You have
indicators.
just 1 minute.
Conducting a long-term
You
analysis.
have just 1 minute.
I'm sorry?
You have to finish.
Okay. We'll move on to the next one. We're basically done. The last one is the qualitative methods, integrating qualitative approaches to deepen insights into the lived experiences of women, complementing quantitative spatial analysis. We have reached the end of our presentation, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mesa. Do we have any questions?
Okay, we have Blanca Salinas Roca. So Blanca, please share your screen and
thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you want me to put myself the presentation? So
yes, please.
Okay, great. Okay. Great. I think you can.
Okay, just put full screen. Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
No.
Mhm.
Where there is the square, if you go on the bar on the left, you not the last, not the overlast, the third.
No, the third.
Okay, you can go also this way. No worry, no problem. You
No,
can-
no. Yeah, good. Let me have one moment, please. Here. Sorry. Sorry. Full screen mode. Again. Okay, thank you so much, and so sorry for the technological issues.
No problem. Sorry, we don't see the full screen. Just share by Zoom the full screen now, so we can see just the PDF. Stop sharing 1 second and then share the full screen on Zoom, and so we can see your full screen mode.
Okay.
No problem, Blanca. We just okay, and go to the full. Okay, full screen, perfect.
Much better.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry for the issues and the technological problems, but well, we are so happy to be here and to participate with you to this such an important conference and such an important moment to share our knowledge. Well, I'm representing one of the organizations who are working on this project. I mean, Women in Global Health Spain. So we are presenting the work that the Gender Gap working group is leading on. And also I'm talking as part of a professor in University Blanquerna, Barcelona. So now I can wait. So the contents that I'm gonna explain with you, it's how this project have started from the collaborative research and the aim on the objective of the project, then the gender gap conceptualization, so how we can understand gender gap under this topic that I'm presenting around maternal health, climate change, and also food insecurity. So then we will go deeper on maternal health, environmental effect, and the methodology that we have been taking on. And finally, we will try to present the results that we obtain in this project that is still in process. So as I explained, we are a collaborative group. We are in a research led by Women in Global Health, Spain. Since maybe some of you cannot or don't know exactly what it means, is an organization led which is the main part is Women in Global Health, and we are the delegation in Spain. So in the organization, there's different working groups trying to work in policy, in advocacy, but also in research. So I take part on one of these working groups on gender gap. And we are trying to evaluate existing tools for monitoring the gender gap in maternal health, but in which context? In the context of climate change and considering some of the main outcomes. The fourth outcomes that we are taking care of is our health outcomes, leadership and governance, technology and equity. So what it means that we are developing and performing a scoping review. Later on, I will explain the methodology exactly. And in this research, we're trying to find out which are the monitoring tools that are existing nowadays. So for us, and globally, gender gap, it refers to the difference in the outcomes between men and women, but especially what we are analyzing is to those parts considering social, cultural, economic, institutional factors, especially on the outcomes that I previously mentioned, which are improving or taking care of equity. And of course, ensuring that both genders can fully participate and have a benefit from society. Well, this conceptualization is quite general. So what we are trying is go deeper and try to understand how to monitorize this gender gap that we have already know that it exists and it happens, and how we can monitorize when we have a context where environment it's having an impact on health, and especially on this really important physiological stage, which is maternity. So in the part of environment, we want to also consider and take care of those exposome and those specific and general external environment which can have an impact on a gender gap and on maternal health. So taking when I said previously that maternal health is such an important part of the stage for taking care on gender gap, it means that maternal health is an opportunity to take care on physical health, also mental health, access to healthcare, also education and information and awareness, and of course, socioeconomic and cultural factors. And all of them are really involved with those health policies. So that means that we already know that gender gap is something that is in our context, but we really need to go deeper in those stages of women, such maternal health, where are more critical the moment or the feeling or the possibility to have an impact of this gender gap. So at the end, what we are considering, it's the individual differences and also geographical differences of each woman, but trying to find a way to, a tool to monitorize this gender gap, which could fit in these, among these differences. So as previously said, environmental health and environmental effect on maternal health is something crucial. And we are observing, and something is already reported, it's that it's not only maternal health for the women that can have an impact, but also to the newborn health. So this gender gap can have, of course, an impact directly to maternal health, but also to the feeling and the linkage with this newborn. And of course, climate changes are affecting directly to the physical effect of both of them. Maternal health from the gestation, from all the pregnancy to also the newborn. Previously, in the last 5 years, it has been a rise some literature which linked directly this increase of temperature and also the extreme weather with the impact on anxiety, stress, and also metabolic disruptions affecting on the pregnancy, and of course on this newborn person. So at the end, we have this environmental, we have this gender gap known, and we have this crucial stage, which is maternal health to take care on. And that's why we ask ourselves how and which are the impact of these monitoring tools, and which are the monitoring tools. So it's something really complex, that because to find out in the literature, in scientific literature, the impact of tools, or which are the tools that are existing, it's something that we thought that it could fit with an scoping review. So we developed that, and we include last 10 years, and the only exclusion criteria was not the non-systematic literature, publications prior to 2004, and non-English or Spanish literature. And of course, keywords.
Sorry, Blanca, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you. So moving forward on that, what we found out in results was that there was a high percentage in gender gap indicators and leadership and governance, but we didn't have too much tools taking care on equity and technology in the cases of gender gap and in the context of climate change. So mainly, we now in the stage to analyzing that the monitoring tools that we have detect are not the same that administrations have been using and have been publishing. So it the main remarks that we have we erase from the moment is that it's a really need to create this bridge between administration and research, and monitoring tools are definitely an opportunity for future researchers, and of course will improve global health and in terms of leadership and also access and health outcomes. So thank you for your attention, and sorry if I extend 1 minute. Of course, I will attend any question.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Blanca.
You're welcome.
Is there a question for Blanca eventually? Okay.
Thank you very much. The Blanca's group, the Women's Global Health in Spain, they are doing great things. And congratulations for that, Blanca. And yeah, if there is no questions, Blanca, can you explain 20 seconds, the group, how many women are you there?
Yeah, in Women in Global Health Spain, we are around 250 women nowadays. We are from different origins. Some of them some of us are working in research, in clinical research also. Others are working in organizations, universities. So it's a really multi-dimensional group, and this really help us to enrich our research and how we can improve the advocacy, at least in Spain, and work together with women in global health internationally.
Thank you. We need your next movements and to drive the world in a better world. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, we have the final talk. With us, Maria Pilar Giné from WOC University, and she will talk about health and lifestyle survey in the WOC University community.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Perfect. I'm going to share the presentation. Just let me know whether
Yes,
you see it or...
We can see your screen. You can go full screen mode.
Yes, this is what I'm doing now. Is it okay?
Perfect.
Cool, super. So thanks for the opportunity to have this presentation. I mean, today we will talk about health and lifestyle survey that was addressed in the WOC University community. I mean, normally we have prepared like a poster for this conference, but anyway, what we have tried now is just to split the poster in different ways, so like this we can go through it. So I'm working on the food while I'm collaborating in the food lab research group from Arbacia at the WOC University. So first of all, yes, let me just introduce myself briefly. I'm a PhD candidate of the Inter-University Doctoral Program in Bioinformatics at the WOC. And my background, I have a master's degree in molecular life science with a specialization in bioinformatics from the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. Previous that, I have a degree in nutritional science and dietetics from University of Lleida in Spain. And also at the same time that I was doing all my studies, I have been working on different fields of life science, such as microbiology, molecular nutrition, proteomics, metabolomics, and nowadays now bioinformatics. So it's nice to have like a multidisciplinary area so you can have a different addressing to the same point. So this is the overall poster that we wanted to show you today. And then, as I said, I'm going just to split it in different parts. So first of all, the evolution of nutritional health has evolved enormously across the years. And the dietary habits that we have seen also in some other presentations about contaminants and plastics and so on, I mean, have a direct impact not only on people's health, but also on the health of the planet. And this is, I mean, for instance, it has been shown that westernized diet patterns have higher environmental impact than the Mediterranean diet. So in order to have a better planet, we have also to look at the healthy and dietary patterns. So before employing some strategies to promote health and sustainable diets, I mean, it's important to understand or to know the behavioral profiles of the population. Specifically in this research, we conducted at the university population, which is considered as a good area for health promotion. So we focused on the Catalan university communities, in particular, in the area of Catalonia. And let me just put the laser point. Yes, in the area of Catalonia. And the aim of the study that we have is to analyze the different individual and contextual factors that were leading on the virtual community, which is WOC, is the University of WOC, in order to understand a bit the profiles of the population and whether or not have more or not sustainable diets. So for that, we assessed different questions when we were looking for the healthy, healthy and sustainable diet adherence, as we say, through food frequency questionnaires, and also some data about physical activity, sleep, and mental health. So by looking at this survey that we applied in 2022, there were 36 questions in which we characterize these patterns through two populations, the students and also the workers. We have a total population of 2,000 on students, and on workers around 530. So by looking at the descriptive data that we had, we found most of the surveys, most of the answers were female compared with male. And by looking at the body mass index stratified by two populations, men, they used to have a higher BMI compared with women. But then when we were asking them about the general perception of health, they were feeling most of them, in two cases, in two populations, they were feeling in a good or very good health. So having a deep look into it's not going next. Yes, having a deep look of what was let's say the meat of these results. What you have seen is most of the population, by looking at this left paragraph, we have the categories of the three food categories, and they are categorized by the inferior, optimal, and superior consumption according to the national guidelines of Catalonia of nutrition. So this is something that normally considers how far or close you are to have a healthy and sustainable diet. So the numbers that you see here are the numbers considered to have an optimal consumption. And then when you have the orange, for instance, you see that they have a superior consumption. So one thing that we realized, when merging both groups, students and workers, we realized that almost 80% of the population, they declare themselves to follow a plant-rich diet, which consists of those that follow are either Mediterranean diet, flexible vegetarian diet, vegan, or full vegan. Then when you look at really the food frequency consumption, you realize that the consumption of legumes, vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and so on is quite low compared with optimal, which contrasts with the high consumption of processed foods such as snacks, pastries, and so on. Then this was something interesting. And then when we wanted to link it to something like mental health, for instance, we have here this score that is general health questionnaire score, which normally it has 12 items of the questionnaire that they were included in our survey, which can summarize how the people are feeling. So what we observe is female group, they tend to be a bit more stressed compared than male. And also those that are showing higher stress are also linked to have less healthy consumption habits, meaning that they have high tendency to have high consumption of snacks, pastries, and so on, and less to the legumes, vegetables, and fruits. Then we extrapolate this also to physical activity by looking at the numbers of hours that the students or workers, I mean, in this case was a student that they were having per day, compared with the level of physical activity that they declared on the survey. And then there was like a direct just correlation between, I mean, the more people, the most time people are, the less time the people are seated, I mean, they have like a high physical activity levels. And also the fact that they have higher physical activity levels, they were also associated as well with better adherence to the dietary recommendations. So there was a lot of data like to play with and to have like an idea about how the community, the university community, I mean, are there. So as a conclusions, I mean, this was really fast because it was a poster. I mean, there was in general like a low adherence to the recommendations for fruit, vegetables, and legumes, as we could see, and having an excessive consumption of snacks and pastries. For the lifestyle, some of the people, they consider themselves to have like a healthy physical activity, which is comply with the global recommendations, and also they perceive themselves to be in good health, which in reality, when you look at the stress factors, and there is like a bit of discomfort overall. So with those results, what we aim is to apply this survey like annually or biannually to monitor the lifestyles and to evaluate the interventions that we will carry out, because one of the strategies that we would like to implement is like to promote plant-rich and sustainable diets together with mindfulness activities at work, at class time, to decrease the stress level that has been shown that it's quite critical. And with this, we'd like just to thank the organization for the opportunity. And if you have some questions, don't hesitate to reach out to either by email or now. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I don't know if there are any questions for Maria. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the authors and presenters of this session. So we come to the end of the session, but also to the end of the conference. But before closing, I want to give the floor to one of the chair, but also that is going to present something that is Jody Serrano-Pons. So I will put the presentation. So actually now we are closing One Health, but it's not the end, of course, no? Because we want to foster our community and our activity also for the next years. So I will go to the presentation of Jordi. Okay, just 1 second.
By the way, thank you, Maria, that has, Maria, I don't know if she's still listening, Maria Pilagine, for this survey of Iwoc University. And congratulations. And very quickly, a couple of minutes. It was a pleasure for me to know Domenico, Gea, Margherita, and all your community, no? Also Prisco, many others. And basically, we are, I'm a medical doctor, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been working in digital health space with implementation in the last years. I don't know if you have my presentation here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just share the full screen and then go. Sorry, yeah.
So for here.
Okay.
No problem. So basically, you are an amazing research community, and I think it's a huge opportunity to gather also with other type of communities. And as we are quite entrepreneurs with a group of doctors, we launched Planet Health Innovation Network, which is an association. It's a nonprofit. We try to gather doers, innovators. Okay, doers, innovators. It's time to act. We are on fire, no? The planet, and not only that, it's antimicrobial resistance, many pollution, but changing the way we live, everything. That's why we decided to launch Planet Health Innovation. Basically, we want to foster, to enhance the innovations of global health, One Health, and planetary health. The three fields have a big overlap, but as you know, that depending on the academic place, no, there's a little bit of nuances. So this is not a research issue; it's a implementation innovation issue, and that's what. Next one, please. We launched the first breakfast in Barcelona. Prisco was invited, also was there. We will invite all of you for the next ones. It was a collection of Minister of Health, researchers, implementers, all type of companies, all ethical, the ethical ones. Well, of course, you can imagine the ones that couldn't come, but and so on all together. Next one. We launched with the Minister of Health. Next one. But basically, it's a scenario dynamic. Next one with tables. Here's the key. Tables that we say interdisciplinarity all the time, so we must do it. So in each table, we have a doctor, a nurse, bioinformatician, an architect, and so on, so on. And as you could see on the right, we had some, colors, yellow for doctors, red for architects, still not too many. Well, there were 5 that went in the morning out, so they weren't in the photo, but the intention is that we don't only talk about interdisciplinarity. By obligation, in each table had to be a representative of the different. And in some tables that some doctors wanted to go, so no, it's full. You're a doctor. You're not welcome anymore. They are not used to doctors. So it's important. Okay. If not, we always talk about that, and then we never do it. Interdisciplinarity, the tables to discuss the innovations, the topics, okay, of the speakers. And then, of course, Mediterranean food, no croissants, no donuts, no coffee. This is very obsessive, no? Real Mediterranean food, no? It's a healthy breakfast, correct? So the combination of all that together made a very good success. And that's why, next one. For example, we talk about the challenges, but it's innovation. So AMR, next one, it's a big problem, but there's some solutions, next one. And for example, next one, we had even a bigger problem. Some antimicrobial resistance bacteria that are in the water, no, even after depuration, they transmit that resistance to environmental bacteria. And legislation does not protect anything of that. So there is a researcher, next one, that did a kit, a solution kit to detect that. So these people need what? Investment. And investors are not used to invest in global health, One Health, and planetary health. And as we don't move forward, that will be not necessary anymore because the planet will not exist anymore for us. I think it's time to act, and that's why we launched Planet Health Innovation. And we're very happy to gather with you. And next one. As we launch in Barcelona, but we have already agreed in Madrid in April, and in Rome, we're very happy with you together on the 30th of September. We'll be in Campus Biomedical with you before the One Health conference to hit the engines, no? And I think it's a very good combination because we can both together look for sponsors. So thank you very much. You are super invited, and thank you very much. Very well.
So, Jordi was saying Rome. Why Rome? I'm trying to also share a good news. Okay. So I will start with here. Okay. So we say that we have a special issue this year that is properly related to the conference, vulnerability, resilience, and One Health approach. But next year, the One Health 25 will be in Rome. And we already opened a special issue, and we after the conference of Athens, we will launch another call for paper which topic is integral ecology as allied to foster One Health approach. So that's why I said we end this conference here, but it's not the end, because next year, together with Plant Health Innovation, we will be in Rome in October. So here is missing October, sorry for the glitch. But the next One Health conference will be October from 1 to 4 in Rome. So get prepared. The topic is, as I said, integral ecology will be the year of jubileum. So also it's our intention to, you can say, follow also these topics and also be inspired, for example, to the Laudato Si encyclica. I don't know if some of you has already read about that. Laudato Si encyclica is an encyclica, so like is a message of the Pope to the Christian community, but to worldwide, we can say. And this encyclica is a manifesto properly to consider humans and nature as an integral part. So that's why integral ecology. We get inspired by that, and we decide to have this as a topic for the next One Health. With this, I'll give the floor to Margherita to have some closing remarks for this One Health, so the one in Greece. Please, Margherita, if you want to make some conclusion overall of the conference.
Thank you, Domenico. Thank you, Jordi, for your participation and your kind invitation. All us will be of yours.
Fantastic.
Sure. It's very interesting, your approach. And in these 3 days, we have talking about many arguments, and I don't make all the excursions because it's very late and all of you is tired. But I want to say that in these 3 days, we have lived what we mean when we talk about One Health. We have lived the interdisciplinarity, the exchange, and the global vision on the planet health, on the population of the planet health, and on the integration of all disciplines in the participate for to give this One Health vision. So what we are doing, what we will do in the future. I wish you that this experience and this One Health vision will be in your mind, in all of your days and in all of activity. Act One Health vision every day. I wish you a good end of the Congress, and we will prepare us to participate in Rome. That will be a great Congress too. Thank you very much.
If you want last thing, we can make a last photo, last group photo, and then we go. Okay.
you.